What's up, guys? Let's get this music on. Excuse me. I kind of just ate something salty. A little early dinner. Fush Zinvek. Ayo Spring Roll. Ankit. Welcome back. Crazy build today again. Yeah, this is a interesting one. I don't think anyone's streamed this, at least on Twitch yet, as far as I know. Let's get it going here. Working from the office today and forgot to bring my headphones. So that watching without audio badge is the first time I've ever seen it be accurate. Not that you can hear this. And Thixius, welcome. AO Springroll Flush and Thixius, thank you guys for the contributions to the sealed Perestroika. Trying to hit 1,000,000 points. And yeah, we got a couple packages today, so let's take a look at these. All right. So let's get started here. How good are keyboards? Welcome and thanks for your contribution. All right. First package here is the second one in the set here. We just got Kazuya yesterday, and now we got Sephiroth here in today. So pretty glad about this. Let's just open it up here. I always unbox my Amiibos. It's always like, I feel like the last couple times I've been trying to just wait till release day to try to get in on like Amazon selling these, because usually when you have to go through like Target or GameStop or Best Buy, like there's always like a minimum for free shipping that's just like always a little bit more than like the Amiibo drops. Like the sum of the prices of the Amiibos and the drop is just kind of ridiculous. But all right, there it is, Sephiroth. So the thing is, like, with that said, is that like I always like hate pre-ordering because of that. So I always like take the gamble, like, am I gonna get it right on the day of release? Okay, so we'll set them there right next to Miku. They're both gonna take care of that job, covering the cables. Next up, package number 2 of 2. This is the second and final package. Something that I've been clamoring for like the last few streams here. Hide this. Actually, a few things in here that I've been clamoring for. All right, we got a package here from Kinetic Labs. We got this 205 grade 0 syringed. So good to just like restock up on that. And then in addition to that, we got 2 packs of 69 gram 2-stage springs. This little thingy. And then finally, these 2-stage 75 gram springs, which I think are probably going to be the best medium for spacebar springs. Dealing with some of those like heavier ones that I have, I guess, like the 68 gram 3-stage from Prevail, like Sprit slow 5s, 4s and 5s, and even 3s probably. So I think this is probably just our best option. I wish that I'd gotten this much earlier, but hey, we have it now, I guess. So it's not like I can't go back and then just fix everything, but it's a weird thing. Until like Sprit makes 78 grams in slow 3, 4, 5, or until I don't know, there's just like a better options out there for some of these different kinds of springs. I mean, I think this is probably the way to go. I think. Remains to be seen. Okay. So with that all out of the way, let me tidy all this up here. Okay, let's take a look at the board. So we looked at this the other day when we had received it. When did it come in? I forget when it came in. Did it come in yesterday? It came in before that. It came in like last week. Okay. So here it is, the Neverest. Pretty nice packaging. Let me see. We could find out when it came in. I think it came in on Friday. All right. So we've seen this. Oh, I'm supposed to lift this out. Just a nice message here. Nice packaging overall, I'd say. Not that I'm like really definitely a big package guy or packaging guy, but it's nice. But taking a look at all this, we got a few things here. So let's go right through it. These are all like housings for the regular 1Us. These are the sliders, about 3 packs worth. And then we have the 2U and also the stabilizer housings here. So everything's good. We got this. I don't know that I'll actually use this, but this is really cool in terms of the housing they were able to sort of put together. This cable, like the connector ends are really like nice looking. We got the conical springs, the stabilizer wire, and the green 70-gram Deskeys domes. These are going to be a little bit heavier. Okay. Meanwhile, a few other things in here. We got some extra goodies. I forget what this is. Let's find out. Looks like, oh, we got a sticker, some extra screws, some, what I'm guessing are gaskets, and a Torx wrench, an L wrench for Torx, and some other, I don't know what this 3M thing is here. Again, some extra feet or something there. Oh, another Neverest sticker, in case you guys want to see it. Got a Neverest sticker. And also a Deskeys sticker. I'm probably not going to stick these on anything. Not going to lie. Okay. So right here, this is the board. This comes in like its own little sleeve. And here it is. This being the HHKB layout here that kind of mimics typical HHKB via, you know, of course, the 6U true HHKB layout. But not only that, but the one-piece top case. Something we haven't really seen, like this integrated plate case. So this is pretty neat, I gotta say. So I kind of want to get this open. It looks like the way this is does differ from the HHKB. It's like it's supposed to be kind of like screwless, because I'm realizing there's nothing in the back with which to screw off. So we can take care of this. Maybe, I mean, it's here. We could just use this Allen wrench, but we might need more, because I think these screws here are going to be a little bit smaller, possibly. So let's crack this open, and let's just kind of see what it is we need and what we need to do. I realize I came up with a list of possible key sets to run on this because I have so few key sets that run 6U spacebars, but I was able to scrounge some up, and specifically 6U centered spacebars. Like that's the other hitch, which is kind of crazy. The reason I bring that up is because there are some key sets that have run with 6U bars but only come in off center, or for that matter only come in center. Like, I found it a little bit weird that they never put those two designs together. GMK or some other keycap manufacturers that might be doing that. Found that a little weird. I think EPBT also, or at least some of my EPBT sets, I think they only come with off-center. Where's my cursor? I wonder if there are any... Oh, that's pretty cool. I don't think I've seen that. I'm not sure if that showed up in the photos and I just didn't see it. But that's pretty cool. It's like the inside of the weight. Is that? Kind of like comic stands right there for the Deskeys font. Oh, there's like apparently some foam in here, like a foam sheet that I hadn't known was in there already. Anyways, what I was saying is I wonder if like there are some topiary discords to possibly sell promo in. Like I found, like, you know, I'm in the conical keyboards Discord, but they don't really have like a self promo channel. I'm not sure if Deskeys does either. I wonder if there are people out there who are interested in seeing this. Let's see. What do you guys think? Should I self promo in these discords that don't have a designated space to? What else is there? What other... I'm trying to think of what other topiary discords I'm in. Unreal? Oh, you know what I need to do as well? I need to do the plate gaskets. Maybe I should find out and to be certain if I do. Anyways, I don't know if I'll risk it. Hopefully those people might just hopefully trickle in. But in any case, there are some Phillips screws from within here, so we'll get these out. This is interesting. Let me think about this. This PCB has kind of a lot of screws in it, as, you know, topiary keyboards usually do. But it feels like there are fewer than other builds that I've seen. Also, I think one of the reasons why I kind of find this a little bit weird is because there's nothing in this assembly right now. I think that part of it is actually pretty unusual. All Hex, welcome. Oh, Anke, wait, Anke went to Arizona? I wonder why these are numbered. There's a bunch of screws and they're numbered. Most of them are 2, but there's a bunch of them numbered 1. What is this for? If I were to guess, it's probably like the order you're supposed to go in, but is this like the only set of instructions? Hold on. What? Huh? Hold on. There's not enough arrows on this diagram. Oh shit, they're different lengths. Okay, I see. All right, I didn't I didn't part these out. Oops. All right, maybe I should probably do that. Matt, welcome. Yeah, this is the board up here that I'm currently driving. In terms of the build, if you want to hit exclamation build, that's the board I'm working on right now, which is a electrocapacitive, what I guess would be considered non-Topre build. Okay, so there's like two lengths here. And there's also two different types of it. I might just pull them all out here. So a few of them are Torx for the case screws. A couple of them are short Phillips where designated. And then a couple of them are longer Phillips. Okay. Cool. Just a few more of these short Phillips. Okie doke. So those are all of them. Pull this PCB off. Nice PCB. Okay, and then this is the inside of what this this whole machined piece looks like. It's pretty gnarly, I gotta say. Okay. First time catching a stream. Love watching the YouTube videos during work. Hey, I appreciate that. I really do. Yeah, I think, you know, my VOD channel is kind of just, I just dumped the VODs there. As of late, I've been trying to just like clean them up a little bit, you know, but I appreciate it. I wanted to be able to, I have a separate YouTube channel for what is intended to be like non-VOD keyboard content, but I'm a little slow to produce for it. The VODs are a godsend for the background noise. That's interesting. But yeah, I want to be able to produce like just shorter, much shorter content that would just, I guess, serve for type tests, stuff like that. But I need to actually get around to doing it. I have like one video on the non-VOD channel. Okay, so here are my thoughts. We've got this we've got these EVA like they're essentially MX plate gaskets that also incidentally work on Topre, or in this case EC, and I wonder how well they'll work here. So maybe we'll just try one, and let's just kind of like see how it handles. So I think the tough part about these is always like trying to get it aligned. Okay. So there's one, we're going to put the spacebar one down first. And the spacebar is actually the same as all the 1Us. It's the 2Us that are different. So I think I'm just going to throw this down. So hopefully that's good. I did hear a little click to get there at the bottom. Part of me wants to try one of these and just a random other one. You enjoy any already assembled keyboards? Vortex is making an M0110 replica with mechanical switches. Oh, interesting. I know that, I mean, there was the whole, the Hello M0110 keyboard. That sounds kind of interesting. I don't think I've seen that one by Vortex to this point. All right, I'm gonna leave that there for now, and I'm gonna throw one more randomly. But yeah, drop the link. You got me curious, especially if it's an HHKB layout board. One thing I wonder is whether or not the orientation I put this at makes any sense whatsoever. Oh, this is really locked in there at this point. I got you. Thank you. Appreciate it. So this is a funny thing. I don't know 100% how much this makes sense. What if I put them on the housings and then just punched them in? I feel like that might work, but also might be a really stupid idea. Yeah, this is kind of ridiculous. All right, let me quickly show. I'll take a look at this link really quickly. Oh, wow, this looks a lot like the Hello M0110. I wonder if it's like, I don't know, if it had anything to do with it. Wow, okay, let's take a look at this together. Yeah, like, I don't know what to say other than this looks a lot like what I have that was done by, I forget who it was, Railu? Or I don't know, I forget the whole story. I have a video, just my type test video that's on my non-VOD channel. I go over this like a little bit. And I remember that there was like some kind of drama, but I've already forgotten the story, even though I made a video about it. But yeah, this looks really similar to the Hello M0110 design, except this is like new for sure. Is that like a Bluetooth switch or something? Is it plastic or is it alu? Wait, hold up. Oh, it's plastic? Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. That's awesome. I I love plastic boards, like truthfully. So this is actually kind of sick. Interesting. I gotta think about that for a bit. Wow. Interesting. Wow. I gotta think about whether or not this would be like an interesting buy. That's a bummer that it's only hot swap, but I mean, I guess it's probably fine. What was I gonna mention? What's a little bit funny about this is that they seem to have what they call color variants, and they seem to only just indicate what is an HHKB layout versus what's a 6.25U standard like WinKey layout. That's pretty interesting. Oh, good to know. Thanks for dropping that. That's an interesting one. All right. Cast types, thanks for the follow. So one of the things that I'm wondering is when I'm putting in these plate gaskets, whether or not the orientation of them matters. So maybe I can just try it out. You can see. All right, I'm gonna arrange them with one empty slot in between each. I mean, all of them are kind of tight. I mean, I guess this one you could feel a little looseness. But the one, it kind of doesn't matter, I think, the actual adhesive orientation. I mean, I guess this one might be a little bit nicer. Yeah, this one does. The one with no gasket is a little looser. But I don't think these really matter. I'll probably just keep it then the way that I have been. Oops. God dang, I can't even take it out at this point. Yeah, we're gonna keep that the notches in these plate gaskets on the north and south sides. I think that's seems like that's the best, but I think I need to loosen all these up anyways because we want to put the dome gaskets on before we put any of the actual, or sorry, the plate gaskets before we put on any of the actual housings in. So this will be its own long task, to be honest. Okie doke. So this one I'll peel off. I wonder how ruined it'll be. Maybe it's reusable, I don't know. If anything, I'll put it on where the stabilizers go. Or I'll just get rid of it. I'm gonna get rid of it. You know what's interesting is that I still am a little bit curious. There's no way this is possible. Deskeys provided a version of this kit where it didn't include anything. And what I'm coming to realize is that there's no way that would actually work. Because like you need their kit. Like you can't just harvest from an actual HHKB. Like it's the same layout, but the problem is like the construction of this, it would have to allow for like a daughter board to be set in, and there's nothing in here that would indicate that that's possible. And probably all the screws are different too. So I'm wondering why they would even allow you to buy one of these where it's just like case only. It's like, what use does it actually even have? Shouts out, by the way, to Gordon Derp for getting my attention on these essentially MX plate pads and the ability to repurpose them for EC. I think we need to do the this whole exercise here for basically we're gonna need to redo the Matrix Falcon Topre build because there are no plate gaskets on that, and I don't like the domes there. I wonder how much I'll like these domes here today. I remember feeling like I was a little unimpressed getting those carrot domes, putting them in, I think they're in the Falcon right now. I seem to be unimpressed by everything that's not the BKE heaviest, so maybe, hopefully the heavy Deskeys, the 70 gram here, might suffice for me. I think the carrots are like 60. I should maybe consider moving this. Don't really need this right now. There's such a thin slot here. Huh. But it does fit, which is nice. they kind of, it's weird. I think I have to do this maybe upside down. Okie doke. I forgot what I've last done with these 2U ones. Like what I'm supposed to do with those plate gaskets there. I get this feeling that maybe I cut them apart and just try to like construct just some kind of rim around the whole thing using a few of these, but I don't fully remember. Luckily, we have quite a lot of these, so it'll be a while before we get through all of them. And then I do have even more, but they're in other materials. Like maybe it could be worthwhile to try those other materials, but I'd heard that these ones in specific are the best. But, you know, from others. If anyone wants to see what it is I'm doing overhead, here's a shot of it. So basically, we want to get these adhesive stickers that they're basically adhesive pieces of EVA, like a foam material here. But we just want to place it right here, and what this does is it kind of just makes the way the housings sit in here feel a little bit more solid. Now, one of the things that I'm now noticing is that we need to make sure that these screws are able to get through here. It should be fine, but maybe there might be some way to whittle that down. Another thing too is that it's hard to get these super exact. Oh my goodness. Fuck. How do you pronounce it again? There was a way. There was a way that wasn't the completely wrong one. Was it Itarak with the big O raid? Or my personal favorite, Eltheric. How are you doing? I'm doing good. We're working on this Neverest. For those of you, for those of you who might not be familiar, this was Deskeys' implementation of an electrocapacitive board. I think somewhat careful to not use the words topre anywhere, because there really isn't, like, I think that you know, the pieces required and the designs needed for actually constructing this is very topre like, but there's no actual topre components. There's, you know, the use of an actual case housing for the board, but you know, Deskeys, they do their own domes, and now they do their own, like, you know, what do you call it, housing and slider constructions that go over the domes. So there's really, like, there's nothing in here that's like harvestable from the topre that's in a Real Force or an HHKB. So it's like, it's pretty interesting, and you know, I wanted to have a chance here to try it out, so I did buy in. Trying to get this aligned is kind of annoying. I think we got it. So right now we're putting these, they're not even the Unreal gaskets, these are kind of like what you would use if you didn't have the Unreal gaskets, but they are quite a bit cheaper. This is just like a little alternative you find on AliExpress that are actually meant for MX switches, but incidentally do work for electrocapacitive Topere and Deskeys. And this is just really cool to just like completely see Deskeys put this together. Completely custom EC. Oh, I'm realizing I keep shifting this. You guys can't really see, but try to keep this here in line. Because at some point I feel like I'm going to be hunching over. Maybe I should go like that. All right, and I'll try not to move it. Buddy Tarek, what were you working on today? Hope you've been good. Beige Lad, welcome. X Rogue 08X, welcome back as well. Guys, thanks for being here tonight. Hope your stream went well. And thank you to everybody who stuck around to the end of it so you guys can come here. You'll not be proud. In my stream, I modified my ARC 60 back to a regular top row. I tried HHKB top row for a week. Oh, went back to full backspace. I think, honestly, like I kind of get it. I know I think there was a point where I wasn't solely using HHKB. Matt, thanks for the contribution. There's a point where I wasn't solely using HHKB and then just trying to switch back and forth between, like, you know, the little details of your layout was just kind of hard. So I just opted to stick to one. That's kind of why I'm just the HHKB guy now. I hated... Okay, wait, hold on. Electrocapacitive rubber dome. There are non-rubber dome electrocapacitive switches. This is true. This is true. I mean, I know that the Model F, like it's like a buckling spring over capacitive PCB. So it is true. I think that the way I look at it is I think there are enough people who, when you would say custom EC and you're in the context of this hobby, I think it's a shortened version of people saying it. But I do agree that maybe it isn't detailed enough, for sure. I can agree with that. Actually, I could adjust. The thing I hated was I kept hitting enter when trying to hit backspace. The top row was okay, but I kept tripping on the enter when I wanted to backspace. I see. I don't think that I had that issue. I think my issue was always just like the adjustment, specifically like moving back and forth. But that's an interesting one. Almost at the 2/3 mark of this. There are modern keyboards too. Here's an EC board that uses MX looking switches that are actually EC. Oh, that'd be like those like, I guess, NIS boards and stuff. Here's the Varmillo. Okay, this is... Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I don't think I've seen this one. That's actually really interesting. Oh, that's a good find. I'd never heard of this before. That's cool. Thanks for that. Appreciate that. Oh, Beige Lad. Interesting. Yeah, I had this whole phase like last May where I was trying to get into cassettes and getting a cassette deck working, and then that kind of just almost entirely fell through. And so now this has kind of just been a big unused project for me. Yeah, I'm still making it a goal to try to figure out what I want to do with all these cassettes. Basically, I have a really, really, really nice cassette deck that I broke trying to repair it. So it's that like I could spend a whole bunch of money trying to get this really, really nice but broken tape deck fixed. Or I could alternatively also spend a lot of money on like a brand new, pretty nice but not as nice cassette deck. And I just been procrastinating on figuring it out. I just find it interesting. I'm a pedantic ass. Full size too. Oh, there you go. For anybody interested in a full size board. I just bought a cassette of Elton John, Candle in the Wind, just for the nostalgia. I don't even like Elton. Let's see. D's, Andy, welcome. Andy, there's a Laker game in like 15 minutes. I might have it on the background here, muted, peeking at it just all throughout stream, because I don't know how long this is going to take. I need my kid to know all the old tech. Ah, well, there you go. Always interested in full-size boards? I see. That makes sense. Just like how I'm always interested in HHKBs. Just like that. I see one that's pretty badly aligned, but I'm thinking like this alignment doesn't even need to be perfect, I don't think. That's fine. So question, what are you doing right now? So these are MX, hold on. These guys right here are what is the name for it? I always forget the name for it. Basically they're meant for MX boards, and what they do is they're supposed to like act as gaskets on a plate, so that your switches are supposed to be less wobbly, more stable. Turns out you can also use these for topre or this, like, you know, the idea of the electric capacitive over rubber dome type constructions like this. So this is what I'm doing right now is putting it here, because the cutouts are almost the same and they function the way they need to, despite like any sort of, you know, slight differences in sizing. So yeah, I'm this is the Neverest keyboard, which simulates the HHKB in more than a couple ways, not just the 6U spacebar bottom row layout, but also the one-piece construction. But it does differ in that it doesn't have the actual housings integrated in here. It's only that the plate itself is integrated. So what this needs is an extra set of these like topre style housings, which Deskeys has their own versions of now. That's why you got to put these on. So putting these on right now, we're almost done. It's all just like, you know, adhesive here. So yeah, that's pretty much it. He doesn't even know himself. Yeah, I don't even know what I'm doing. If you saw, man, if anybody, if more people saw last night's stream, you could tell. Oh, there was a whole funny thing about last night's stream too that I discovered literally right after I closed stream. So, if you guys just remind me, if anyone here sticks around to the end of the stream, just because there's so much stuff on my desk right now, but if anyone sticks around to the end of the stream, remind me to tell you guys about the IDK 60 plate. Remind me to tell you, because there's actually a discovery I made right after stream for anyone who didn't catch it. 2-1, welcome back. I'm a designer of talent. Except it's much easier to find a custom HKB. Speaking of Neverest, when did the live drop end up happening, and how many did they drop? So I believe it's the case that, you know, it dropped at 7 a.m. on a Friday. I think. It dropped at 7 a.m. on a Friday. Was the first one where it just like lasted maybe 2 hours or so. And then they said, that wasn't all the stock. And then it dropped again less than 24 hours later at 4:30 a.m. on the Saturday. And I just happened to be awake. So I just happened to be awake for it. I bought it. But it turned out it was still in stock for a long while after. It might still be in stock now. I think there's like 50 units, and I just don't think they've sold them all because it is really, really pricey. Was it paid? Was it before you paid them to have them produce it? It was all in stock. Kill Combat, welcome. That was an accidental press. You got a free one there. Kill Combat, thanks for the contribution to the challenge, guys. If you haven't already seen it, we do have a community challenge here. We're trying to get to 1 million, count them, 1 million points before we open this sealed set of Perestroika. We're at about 22% of the way to the goal. 225k out of 1 million. No, did you catch the mistake before submitting it to Pinocchio? Oh, no, I haven't submitted anything. Wait, did you see a mistake? Did you notice a mistake? No, there was something else I found out. Because, yeah. Man, I kind of just want to show you. But okay, how about this? I'm going to show you guys after I finish these gaskets. What happens at 1 million? I have a sealed set of keycaps that are really, really rare / expensive. And so I'm crowdfunding these channel points if people really want to see me open it. I was intending on opening it anyways, but now I'm making people pay to see it via channel points. Now I won't open it unless we get to the goal. Oh, gee, thanks, Chris. What do the points do for you? Nothing. It just, I guess what the points mean is that, like, you accrue points by watching. So it's that, like, people have to watch enough to help me, like, to get to 1 million. So I guess it's like it's a viewership thing, I suppose. Like, without this goal, maybe there are fewer people who would watch. In order to collect these points. Can I take away points? I don't think that option is there, no. I don't think so. This is super misaligned. Does it matter? I feel like I've seen worse. I feel like it doesn't matter how badly aligned it is. Like, that one's pretty bad. Can I pay points to remove points? Ah. That's an interesting one. I feel like... I don't know. I feel like that's... If it's not ethical... like, because then it's just like people will just extend it and, like, I don't know. It's like everyone's contributions are useless. I don't think you can do that. I feel like Twitch wouldn't even really allow that. But I don't know. Like a policy thing. Even though it's like, it doesn't even really have to do with like actual currency. But what I do know is that, like, again, it's not real currency, right? But Twitch doesn't allow you to bet them in certain countries. All Hex, you don't need to do that. All Hex, Andy's my best homie. Just memeing. $639 for a board that's all inclusive and only needs keycaps isn't bad. I don't know. I think there are some people who would probably still disagree with that, because $639 is still really pricey. You know? I don't know. That's what I think. Like, I'm trying to think of, like, what it kind of compares to. Itarak, thank you for the lurk. Like, what would that compare to? Like, we're talking, like, in terms of all-inclusiveness, like, how much does a set of switches cost? Like, I don't know, 50-ish bucks. A set of stabilizers, 20 bucks. What else do you really need past that? Like, the time it takes to put together, I mean, it's the same thing with this, right? And then the cost for shipping, I mean, maybe we shouldn't include shipping. So 640, I mean, the 570, what boards are out there like in that 550 range? That's why this is kind of like, are we paying, like, you know, again, this sort of like 550-ish cost just because it's not really seen? Just because it's maybe like, you know, I'm here, the early adopter. All right, one last kind of, oh wait, I missed one right there. So a couple more, but then we also might want to throw these on for the stabilizers too. I think I've seen that it helps for the stabilizers. If anything, it has never hurt. And then also we got the 2U ones as well, so I gotta maybe figure out how to address those as well. So. Oops. Oops, did I? Well, I'll use that for a 2U. I kind of tore one up just by using these tweezers. All of a sudden these have become a little challenging to peel off. All right, so now for the 2U, what's the move? Maybe wire cutters, and we'll just cut this off a little bit. Which way do we want to do this? I think you need scissors. This is stupid. Paid $545 for a board that I'm typing on. It's 60%. That was the case, the plate, the PCB, and case. Okay, plates. Fair. I still need to get switches, stabilizers, and keycaps. Switches are going to run you $30-$60. Stabilizers, 20 bucks. $625, comparable to the Deskeys kit. My perspective might be skewed. The seems reasonable for me. It's not an economy board by any means. I mean, it remains to be seen. I'm curious to see what this Deskeys board is going to finish like. Is it going to really feel like it's sort of like a $500 board? I would hope so, but let's see, right? The part that so you brought up the plate. Stabilizers are $20. Switches, yeah. So yeah, it's kind of, I guess in that respect, it is kind of comparable. Trying to figure out the best way to handle this. I'm gonna put one right there, and then we're gonna put this on the right side here. We'll say the board I'm using is super premium. Wait, what is it, out of curiosity? I bet you are super glad you don't have to hand ream these stabilizers. I am, but I'm also curious. As much as I know I don't have to hand ream these stabilizers, I wonder, you know, this whole thing of like, will it bind or not? I'm curious. Definitely am. I'm literally just cutting these guys up and trying to throw them down on this, hoping that this will work the way I intend for it to. Tapping the on the Amano. This sounds familiar. Was it? Oh, is the reason I don't know about it because it was a 60% that didn't offer HHKB? I think that's kind of the bluntest way I could ask the question. It's analysis. I see. Got it. Okay, so I think we're good there. So what this looks like is each one does in fact need, you know, as it being a 2U piece, does need 2U worth of these gaskets. Oh, I think this cut I made was really unnecessary. Whoops. I made another necessary cut because I think all this needs to just happen is just needs to curve around this corner, which is going to happen regardless. The reason we wanted to cut around this corner is just to help us avoid that screw hole. All right, then there should be one more needed, and this should wrap this up so I can show you guys this discovery about the IDK 60. It's ridiculous. It in every sense. Very, very ridiculous. I saw you're waiting for the Wilba thermal. Do you know when you'll be receiving it? I don't think anyone knows. That group buy has been getting pretty close to like disaster mode. It's weird. Yeah. It's just a little bit short. I feel like I should add a little bit more. Such a nice board, though. It's a shame, yeah. To answer your blunt question, yes, you would have completely ignored it. Yeah, I feel like there's a whole thing of just it's not really getting updates that quickly. I think you know what I could do is I could use one of these, like the mid pieces. Why didn't I just use this to begin with? These mid pieces, I don't need to really do anything with this other than this. I just cut these up. I'm cutting it up anyways. Trying to get a thin enough piece. Okie doke. Oh, I don't know how well you guys even saw anything I just did. Let's go back to this view. Been meaning to go back to this view. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of drama about RamaWorks. At the end of the day, like, I have not received my board. That's kind of like, for me, just kind of the number one thing. I do also otherwise appreciate, it was Wilba running it, or it was Rama running it through, the Wilba design. And I've seen there've been good boards and just good work done by others. But at the end of the day, like through all the drama, there's a lot of people on Instagram and stuff, Discord, who take sides, whatever, just not getting the boards. Like, I don't really care that much, but it was weird. I think I did see that someone mentioned on Twitter. Kiosty or K105TY. Thanks for the follow. I did see someone mention on Twitter that they emailed to the Rama support just to ask for updates, and then what they got back was like just some unrelated tirade about essentially the drama, and it's just like it's weird, right? I haven't went back and asked, but hopefully, like, the situation is hopefully it's gonna come soon. Hopefully that's all I can think about, or that's all I can hope, really. But I've been in situations of like very, very, very long lead times. I've been in situations of scams. I've been in situations of theft very recently, actually. So it's just kind of been when situations like that happens, it's a bummer for sure. Okay, so I'm gonna show you guys really quickly what I found, but let me make sure I do this somewhat safely here, because I don't have the PC open. Okay. I'm hoping this will be all right. I think that I've managed to evade scams and theft so far. Yeah, I've had, since I returned to the hobby, I think I have had 2 things stolen, to my knowledge. It's that, like, I haven't seen footage or caught anything or got any response back about, like, just this was stolen, this was found, whatever. But there were two things that I think have been stolen, and one was within the last 2 weeks. And it's been about almost 3 years since I've been back in the hobby. It's kind of a bummer. In terms of like group buy scams, I've been a part of, I guess we can call them two as well, but they were from a long time ago. Those keycaps, yeah, GMK Wasabi V2, and then I separately had an issue with GMK Sandstorm, like a 40s kit, I think. It's either I think it was a 40s kit for Sandstorm. But then prior to my return, you know, when I was in the hobby from 2012 to 2016, 17 or so, there were two group buy scams that we kind of saw. One of them was a DSA Dolce, which is easy to get now because, you know, PMK, Signature Plastics, they just have that in stock. But that was a whole thing where someone in Korea had collected a bunch of money and then apparently just like ran off with it, and people were trying to explain, like, I think someone kind of explained, but I don't know if it was just a rumor that, like, yeah, the guy who was running it, like, they were trying to explain like his story in terms of like, you know, he's, I don't know, it was weird. And then separately, GH60, these 60% open source PCBs. When it was a group buy not running through a vendor, but just through people, and it was a really big hundreds and hundreds of people group buy, maybe more than hundreds, maybe thousands, I don't know. They were manufactured, these PCBs, and they were distributed off to like local regional proxies who were just people. So it was people running it, people distributing it. My regional proxy is the only one who didn't deliver. It's just a weird thing. Bitter Seeds, what's going on? Welcome. Sup? What's up? I'm just glad I had my U80 delivered. Only thing I haven't accounted for is an iridescent chrome keycap from Key Labs that says it delivered. Haven't checked to see if I got it. Oh. Check it. See, make sure it was delivered. Were those hobby caps from vendor or Mech Market? It was from Space Cables. So I don't know. I reached out to Space Cables. I reached out to UPS. I reached out to my building management. I mean, for what it is at this point now, I think it comes down to Space Cables to see if they'll do anything to remediate it. But I haven't heard back since the last time I messaged them. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see what they say. Maybe I'll ping them or I'll email them again tomorrow just to see what they say. Not a lot, just slacking, just waiting for tomorrow. I get IV 4 ashes. I don't know what this is. And a couple mats tomorrow. Yay. What is 4 ashes or IV ashes? Okay, I need to show you guys what this thing is that I was talking about. Check this out. So we were here yesterday, right? And so, oh, not this. We want to go back to, so we only had an IDK 60 V2 step file, right? And I said, how do you convert a step file to like an SVG or an Illustrator file? And so I Google it, and there's like just some software that does this conversion, but it requires you to download an executable. And then, you know, it's like, it's for a free trial only. So it's just like, I mean, I could do that, but it's just like, I don't want to just install this bloat that I'm not using. And people here were suggesting, why don't you just use some CAD software? It's so easy. But, you know, I'm stupidly resistant to that, right? Stupidly. I admit it. So I'm just like, okay, I'm going to guess that this is just a standard plate, 14 by 14 millimeter square cutouts for all the switches. My only thought here from this point on is just that, like, okay, if I can't get this to an SVG because of my stubbornness and not getting this stuff, you know, finding a way to do this and like just check it out, make sure everything checks out and make any modifications I need. If I'm not going to do that, then I guess I just have to send this and then like choose a material that has 0 kerf and then just hope that everything's okay, right? But Sinvec, looks like you have KiCad installed though, so you should be able to open and export. I have not been able to figure out how to do that in my 1 minute of checking, but I found something out. Check this out, guys. Inspect. Look at this. This is an SVG, right? This is an SVG. So my thought here is just I can just copy this. Copy element. And then for my next trick, I just paste this in here. And then it got a little bit weird. Space idk61.svg. So I got a little bit weird. I'm worried about the Unix. Okay, that's a good point. That's a very, very good point. So I'm about to show y'all what I ended up seeing after this, which is, so if I open this up now, you're very much right. So it ends up, I don't know if you guys know, but like when you open up like images, SVGs, whatever, they're supposed to kind of be like left aligned up here. And then in general here, like first of all, that's not happening. But two is that there is like a couple of pieces of information here that kind of are supposed to indicate like the measurements. But I do think that what you see here is something whose units would get lost. And I got a little bit confused in general because it did point out that this is like, 285.7 millimeters across. But I feel like usually, when I deal with plate files, it's not exactly like to the tenths. It's like to the hundreds or the thousands, sometimes even the tens of thousands, right? So I started looking like, this is not helpful, like just enough for me yet. So if I know that it's about 285, maybe I'll just search on the page to see if there's anything 285 related on here so I could find out more information. I'm like, okay, there's a 285.75 right here, right? But if I keep going down, as it turns out, there's like a completely hidden element on this page that contains a different SVG that has a super, super precise specification and actually does have an XML attribute that looks like it makes sense. So then I went in and copied this guy. So give me a second here while I save this. And so, okay, one thing I will mention here too is that wait, what is going on? Sorry, 1 second while I'm figuring whatever this is going on here. Okay, one thing too is that I don't have Illustrator installed on this machine, so I can't really like 100% prove it to you. But what ended up happening was I opened this guy up, this second SVG, and now it like looks like it's exactly to spec with those attributes. And what ends up happening is if you open this guy up, the first one in Illustrator, and also if you import it into Pinocchio, like this one directly, this first one that we saw, yeah, the measurements are all wrong. But when I stole the second one that was like hidden on the page, this actually was perfect. And it seems to be perfect in Illustrator, and it seems to be perfect in Pinocchio, I believe. So there's a conversion ratio there between pixels and millimeters, isn't there? Like there might be, but the point to make is it depends on what Pinocchio is reading when you actually go and import these files. It depends on what Pinocchio is reading. And I've seen that issue actually happen where like I think last October, I think it was October, July, sometime between July and October, where I submitted like some plate files to be sent. It came back 33% bigger. And I think that had to do with a bad export that I might have done via Illustrator. So that was a whole bizarre thing. But you're right. There should be something in there to sort of make some kind of indication for an SVG to be read properly by Pinocchio. But now I have like a lack of trust. So I got to make sure these things are right. In any case, the problem that we saw yesterday, for those of you who weren't tuned in to when we were doing this, was the fact that I only had a step file, and and a whole lot of stubbornness in trying to figure out how to convert this step file into something I could open in Illustrator, because I do all my plates in Illustrator and people make fun of me for that. But it turns out I could just steal it because Pinocchio did that conversion to get it to this point. And that's what I wanted to share. Man didn't just download the free Fusion 360. Man did not do that. Man did not. Inspect elements of the rescue, inspecting that DOM. Conan, welcome back. Also, everybody, guys, welcome back. Spirit Kimchi, Conan, Johnny NYC. Where did you download the step file? I got it from I got it from the Bold Discord, and I didn't want to ask for an SVG. That's just the truth of it. I just didn't want to ask. LeoCAD for the Mac or Blender would work. Not that you don't already know this. Of course. Of course. All right. Thank you guys for the worst TED Talk in the world. After the one about the old guy who tells you how to wash your hands. All right. Okay, let's continue. So I think what we do is just punch all these in now at this point. All right. And then I guess these guys on the sides, you can see these kind of little half circles there on each side. Those are supposed to be horizontal. Is the old guy here? Were you the guy that made that TED Talk about doing like this thing? Wash your hands and then do this? This is the content we come here for? No, God, no. Okay, so this is coming in really tight, which is good, I hope. You know what's interesting is that I don't need to use these MX sliders. I could go back and use Topre ones. And then I could use like a Topre key set on this. I don't know why I didn't think about that till just now. Like, I do have an extra set because I have used these before, just buying these separately. Sliders is sliders. I mean, these allow for MX compatible keycaps, and I guess that part of it is what's supposed to be nice. And I do have a bunch, I have about 5 available key sets where I do have a 6U spacebar. Oh, these are super tight. Like, it's so tight I'm actually a little scared. How will I ever take these out? Not that I'll need to. It's like there's 17 per box. Oh, I think this Laker game has started. All right, I need to throw it on in the background. I need to, obviously. Oh, you guys didn't hear anything. That wasn't anything. Of course not. Chris spends hours modifying a Topre keyboard to take MX keycaps, gets Rubber Dome EC keyboard that uses MX caps, and immediately wants to use Topre caps. Brilliant. Brilliant. Stabilized keys matter more when considering MX. I think so, yeah. Well, okay. Oh shit, that's not what I wanted. The reason why, I mean, the reason why this even matters in the first place. Okay, let me make an argument, Sinvec, for this. The MX, or sorry, the Matrix Falcon that had the Topre kit. That one basically needed these. Because it uses a 7U spacebar, and the plate assembly, or like the actual plate that they cut for the Topre Falcon, kit only had like a cutout meant for MX plate mount stabilizers, not these like Topre style like square things. So that one actually needed to, whereas like this uses 6U, so you can just go back and use those like you know, later stage R1 real force space bars or HHKB space bars. Like, it's actually a possibility. The one thing holding me back from actually really wanting to do that is the fact that like I'd need to harvest the sliders, because the sliders, the spare sliders I would have are sitting inside of an HHKB that's otherwise been harvested, because what I harvested it all from, I just used the extras spares that I had from the real force housings used in the Matrix Falcon. It's stupidly, unnecessarily complicated. You do you, Chris. I just really like to make fun of you. I appreciate that. I like these little containers. These little containers are cute, man. So useful. Like, you use up all these like housings or sliders or whatever, and then you got these cute little containers. Oh my god. Deskeys containers are nice. Yeah. Any Alps builds coming up? Coming up, let me see. We did talk about the IROCs. I don't know if you're familiar with IROCs. These are relatively, to me, been like pretty under the radar until very recently, when Allhex showed me an IROCs board, and then separately Reading Raft came in and said there were IROCs switch group buys, and they're very much like, they're like a cross between Alps and MX. They're really, really interesting. So we were just working on we wanted to do an Alps for the Duck Sidewinder, just because it allows for Alps, but then we pivoted here to trying to make this plate for IROCs on the Sidewinder. So that'll be really interesting whenever we get that going. So if you want to see that plate, if you hadn't seen it already from yesterday's VOD, here's what it looks like. You got the cool S's there, of course, but we also had to deal with the fact that the Sidewinder is so weird. It has, you know, the actual, you need these cutouts for the HHKB blockers. It has really, really random tray mount holes that are really like atypical of tray mount. And then we otherwise have taken this design here from AIO3, the rest of the actual plate cutouts for the switches for everything else, including these acoustic cutouts as well. From Teal Technic, right? I bought some replica green Alps from them. Nice. I wonder what those replicas are from. Were they just like harvested, or did someone like produce those? I'm curious. I just had problems with the left shift and enter caps hitting a plate on a Norbauer, for instance. Yeah, dude, it's super weird, right? You have to like drill those holes with that little hand drill or just whatever. No, I know what you're talking about, and that is super annoying, truthfully. Yeah, I wanted to spend some time trying to fix that on the Topre Falcon I have, the left shift and enter, specifically those two keys binding. I remember feeling like I drilled those holes like massive, and like it still had like a binding issue. Produced from China, really? So they're not just like those replica green Alps. They were not harvested necessarily from anything, but like they were produced for the purpose of selling individually. That's if so, that's like actually kind of interesting. Like, why would they just be called replica green Alps? I feel like they probably deserve to have a name, right? All right, I'm trying to figure out what order I should go in. Well, I guess there is one more we need to do here, which is this. The actual space bar. Okay, so I'm trying to think of the order here. We could lube all these guys and then get the sliders in. I don't know if that should come before or after lubing the stabilizers. And also, I've always been a little bit confused about like the plastic on plastic. That might need to be tuned on these 2U stabilizers keys. I never know where to actually lube. Like, I get the wire part, but the plastic on plastic contact from the slider to the actual 2U housing, I've never really fully understood. Genyu Saihan, welcome back. Oh, good to see your name again. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everybody here who's just tuning in for the first time, and Happy New Year to everyone else too. How borked are the 2U housings? I've read that they still have issues even after the redesign. That's a great question. Let's find out. I wonder. What I do know is when I did the Topre Falcon, the 2U pieces that I used didn't actually include the housings. Like, I had to, take existing real force housing, then drill the holes. The only part I had was just the sliders that came from Deskeys, so I'm not quite sure. Stabilizer is more finicky, so I always get them done first. Okay. Dallas, welcome back as well. Happy New Year. Okie doke. All right, so maybe let's do stabilizers then. Seems to be the move here, right? Does the orientation matter? I'm thinking probably not. Wait, it kind of, yeah, it does. It does. Yeah, we'll go this way. So these wires, this wire piece is supposed to go downwards as well as probably this one. Okay. Cool. Let's work on some stabilizers. I've never used BDZ for Topre. Should I use BDZ? I usually use 206 grade 2. Just waiting for everyone else to get unlucky with the housings before I buy a set for the Avia. I see. I mean, I think here's my thing. I kind of more so just want to intend to use regular Topre for Topre, like that's one thing that I'm thinking about. So it's just that, like, in this particular case, like, I mean, that applies a little bit less when it's like this, and the matrix Falcon applies less because I had 7U with the cherry stabilizers in the plate. But yeah, I don't know. The Avia, I'm probably just planning on doing some Topre in it. Not willing to buy a real force just to harvest housings though. Okay, here's the thing. Genyu Saiyan. I still would, because one is that, like, there's also, just the general reliability of, like, people would, want to do the whole real force R1, it's real, whatever, right? But what I found out is that, like, I don't think that buying a real force just to harvest housing, I don't think it's more expensive. Like, you can find people selling like 91Us and stuff like that for what I think is under the cost of getting all of this stuff from Deskeys. So it's that, like, then it just comes down to, like, the caps, I guess. So that's kind of something that I think about in my mind, is that like it's not actually necessarily like I think the fact that you got to get all these housings, you know, these all this like the sliders to you know, the spacebar stabilizer, the wire, just all of this stuff, the springs. I guess the springs would come from whatever HHKB donor you would use, I guess, and also the sliders too. But the housings are the ones in question, I suppose. Anyways, I have a Pro 2. Okay. So just no housings. So is it cheaper? Like, cause if it's just the housings between all the 1Us and then the couple of 2Us, I still thought that like the price was kind of close, especially if you could find like what is the price you'd have to beat, and then like how much more would you need to trust Deskeys, you know? that's one thing I think about. Okay, let me shut up. I'm gonna go grab a desk mat for the lube, just because, you know, I feel like I'm kind of, do I need it? All right, let me do a poll. I'm gonna do a poll. Oh shit. Stupid poll getting censored because it had the word lube in it. Okay, which lubricant should I use today for these wires? Let me know. Where is the no lube option? Is that captive? Oh shit, it's not. Oh shit. What the? What the? This guy, like, he's just like, it's just loose. This guy just roams loose in here. Like, it falls out both the bottom and the top. The stabilizer, the 7U stabilizer housing piece. Like, if there's no wire. My assumption is 4 packs of the 1U housings for 12 each and a 2U pack 28, so like 76 pre-tax plus shipping. So doing my research with you being the guinea pig. So I'm just gonna clue you into a couple things here. I've seen like full real force R1, like 91Us to even 103Us, like go down for as much as like 120, even maybe in some cases even possibly close to 100. But, and here's the other little trick along with it too, is I have seen people sell just housings. Like, I've actually seen this, and I think I've bought in twice. And sometimes I think that has beaten 76. But it's not super, super often. So with Deskeys, the advantage here you get is that it's brand new, but it's also kind of a disadvantage because you're just like, it doesn't work. But the other real advantage you get is like MX keycap compatibility. All right, looks like BDZ1. Okay, so I'm gonna grab a desk mat because I'm less comfortable with the cleanliness of BDZ than I was with 206. You guys chose this, so now I have to go and get it. Okie doke. BDZ. Right, here's the wire. There's also an extra piece of foam that you could put, I guess, I don't know if you call it like a case foam. Well, I'm not sure how closely it adheres to the PCB. Anyways, I need a brush. I want to keep this intact here just so I don't forget. So there's this little notch that's supposed to be down on that side with the curve. Let me see if I could show you. So I popped one out and then I realized that these inserts, they just, when there's no wire, they could just come out either side of the stabilizer. And I'd never known that. So I kept this one intact here. And then what I'm seeing here is that where this curve is, that's where this right side notch is supposed to be. And it's not like, it's not mirrored. My guess is that like they're just both supposed to be like that. And I'm just telling you guys, in case you guys need this information, but also more selfishly in case I forget. So I could just go back to the clip. Okay. Jeez, how do you do this? I see. So there's this thing that needs to clip down on. Okay. So there's a bit of lube we need to put kind of all throughout. I see. Is this the right? Yes. I think it, you know, putting this on the wire makes a lot of sense, but why not also put a little bit here just throughout the, should I? I'm going to do it. I'm just going to put it throughout the plastic housing too, just as like a sort of almost like base layer. Because the wire is just going to touch it anyways, right? Probably not necessary. This would be like the equivalent of putting in your BDZ in the housing beforehand. Not totally necessary, but I've already started doing it, so oh, I got some BDZ on the case. Whoops. Yeah, I probably don't need to do this again in terms of filling this housing with it. Maybe I'll do it just a tiny bit. I'm realizing this is not really catching. I'll go back to this view. All right, and then the amount of space needed to extend out is pretty long in terms of where the wire sits in the plastic housing. So we're just going to put like a whole lot. Macross Sarah, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Maybe even more. I still missed like a little layer. The inside tip there. All right, cool. So I gotta get this fill out. Maybe just for evenness, I'll put some lube on this inside piece too, in the housing, just so that the other side, this other side doesn't get jealous, you know? That's all. All right, trying to lay down kind of a lot of lube here. We've had issues in the past where, like, I don't know, we'd put together a whole build and then like it's still rattly, and then you have to go through that whole song and dance with you know, the millions of necessary screws needed to sort of open the board up. Okay, so I think that's it. I hope that's it. So I'm just gonna pop this in here now. All right, I've just gotten a ton of BDZ everywhere. Perfect. Okay, now I just need to check, is everything clipped in? Yeah, looks like we're good there. Let me think. I think you still need to assemble everything to see whether or not the stabilizers are perfectly good, I think. Which is unfortunate, but just kind of the way it has to be, I suppose. Also, I just want to point this out for anyone who missed it, but we built a live oak little over a week ago. And fucking shouts out to Chan Chan, ATXKB, the live oak. That seemed honestly very much like the perfect way to handle like the 2U stabilizers wires and how they're sort of held together. So much easier than this nonsense, I think, in my opinion. Itarak, good night. Thanks so much for sending the raid, and hope you have a good night. Appreciate it again. Really do. Sorry, I got a bunch of messages here, I guess. Okie doke. Now this is interesting. These wires, these 2U wires, part of me is like, I'm not really even 100% sure where the contacts don't hit. It almost seems like this whole damn thing should be lubed. Like the whole wire. You know, it's this is a job for the reverse tweezers. I think I also kind of want to see if I could throw down some BDZ right here. I want to put in more right here as well, but it's just going to be a big giant mess. I think at this point here, what I want to do maybe is... bro, I need like a super, super thin... Oh my God, LeBron. Sorry. I got to put in... Like I wish I had that like injectable BDZ. Like I could probably throw some BDZ on like a sharp tip of these tweezers and just kind of like run it in there. It's probably like one of the better options, to be honest. I'm gonna do it. Let's see how clean this is. It's gonna be a little stupid. Yep, we're already making a big mess. Okie doke. I mean, I guess that's it. Injectable BDZ is tough to push through a syringe, I imagine. But, you know, I did see that, like, it is being sold, like, pre-done. Like, not, like, you have to do it on your own. I saw Poverty Keys is selling it. Poverty Keys has a lot of good stuff, but I think a lot of it's just out of stock. They got the, stabilizer wires for really, really cheap, but yeah, what can I do? It's all out of stock. I recently bought like, what is it, like 30, I bought like 37U wires from Cannon Keys. They seem to have the best prices on wires besides Poverty Keys. Also, I forgot to do any sort of lubing for the slider. And I think looking at this now, I know where you're supposed to lube. And I think there's a chance that I can do it even after doing this. But I can do it here. So I'll show it on camera once I disassemble this guy. Okay, so here's my plan here. So here's the idea. For those of you guys who haven't seen a 2U, come on. Come on. Come on. Ugh. You gotta be shitting me. Where is the focus point? There we go. Okay, so the situation is a completely, just like a normally assembled stabilizer is you put these two guys here, like the two ends of your wire here. And this goes down here, and then this clips into these two pieces right there. And I can clip them in, but I just unclip them because I'm trying to take everything out. Now, one thing I noticed is a few things. There's a lot, in my eyes, it just seems like there's a lot of like wire to plastic contact when you're doing things this way. So the way I look at it is that like a lot of this wire should probably be lubed. Oh shit. Should probably be lubed with BDZ. So that's kind of what I was doing before, pretty much everything except the center. But even then, I'm putting some lube in the center of the housing right there on the inside. And then on top of that, you can see where these clips are. There's kind of like a little bit of an opening on the reverse side. So I realized that I'm trying to like use like a really, really thin side of my tweezers here to just try to like move some BDZ around here from the top, which is probably a little bit easier with some kind of syringe. And you know, I can get that like injectable BDZ is probably you know, tough to push through a needle. And that's fine. I mean, you can put anything in there, right? Like I put some 206 grade 2 in there, I guess, or 205 grade 0, whatever. The thing to note is I've never really known where to lube, but I think like looking at this more closely, I think it makes more sense where to lube where the plastic on plastic contact happens, which I suppose would be like essentially this wall here, and then like the two little mini walls right next to it, and the same thing for the other side. I think that's where the contact happens. Unfortunately, I didn't do that on this one. So I think like because that slider is like moving around already, I think I could just like kind of like brush some lube on right there right now at this point without disassembling everything and making a big BDZ mess. And I think we should be good. It'll kind of just move around and hopefully get it into place where it needs to be. Because I'm not even going to put that big of a layer like onto it. So that's all I wanted to show. I need a brush. Okay. Oh, I think I already turned. No, it's still going on. Okay, so like basically right here on this wall, and then this big wall. And I'll do the same thing here, just like light touches, I think. Not really like a layer, like a thick layer or anything, but just like a touch. Okay. So then from here, I'll just, I mean, I guess I could lube the slider too. That's like another little piece to this, I guess. Then just drop it in. And I think that should be good. Okay, so then from here, I'll take these reverse tweezers, just hold it like that. Yep, motherfucker. Okay, hold it like that. And then just brush on, well, actually, before I do that, maybe from here, I'll do this thing where I was trying to put little itty bits of BDZ on this like thin tip. My camera won't catch. And then just try to sneak it into that little hole there. So while it does make somewhat of a mess here, I think this is just something I can cosmetically, or sort of like from the front or top, clean off later. Right there. Okay, and then from here, just we're gonna put down a little bit of, come on, a little bit of lube right here, just throughout where I can fit it in. All right, so we lay that down as base. Now we'll lube up this wire. I guess while one side's still dry, I could use my other hand to just sort of hold it in place a little bit better. Another thing I could do is, I think I actually have more than one of these. These came in a set. Maybe I could hold 2 of them. That would probably make this actually a little bit easier. But whatever. I've already started. Damn, we've really been going on for 2 hours already? Holy smokes. That's nuts. Oh, Switch Doc, what's going on? Welcome. Good to have you. I can't really see what I'm doing. This is horrible. I'm gonna just use this view. Okay, I think that largely covers this. So now I'll drop this in. There we go, just clipped in. Okay, and then I'll just punch this through right here. What the? Yo, come on. This is really incredibly tight. Okay, I think I got it. I'm not 100% sure. Also, there is lube on the alu on the inside. I'm not actually sure if that went all the way in. That's the crazy thing, is how do I know? I don't. I wonder if putting all those like cut gasket pieces might have been too aggressive. Because I can't totally tell if it's really pushed all the way in. Now what I should have checked was whether or not there were like similar locking tabs. Oh, I think they're on the sides. Oh, okay. That's interesting too, though. They're not on the top and bottom. They're more so on the sides. And on top of that, like these stabilizers are weird. They're not symmetrical. Like it's not mirrored. So there's like two locking tabs on one side. Let me see if I can show this. Right there. You see those two locking tabs on the side? And then there's only one on the other. Right there. And then like on top of that, like it's not mirrored between like these two, but then it's like a duplicate here, so you also get the two locking tabs on the right and then one locking tab on the left. And I think that's it. I think. So we could try to clean up all the rest of this, but I mean, I think we're otherwise good. I have like some extra BDZ on this brush, so I might as well just try to get it on wherever I see fit. All right, cool. And then we did almost forget to do this thing here where I'm gonna try to put on a little bit of lube on these couple of walls here for the enter key. Try to squeeze in this brush right through. Oh shit, where the fuck, was that a Discord message? Was that in the song? Because I'm pretty sure I'm like silent right now. That might have been in the song. Oh, and then I guess from the top side is where I can also work it in as well, I think. Yeah, I can. Cool, because these holes are drilled in. Forgot about that. Slick. Okie doke. Cool. All right, so we got the stabilizers done. 3 stabilizers, and it only took like a million years. Only. Okay. So what's next? Oh, I guess I should keep this out. We're gonna lube these housings a little bit. We're just gonna do those like corners. We've done I don't know what's better between syringing some lube, but usually it's like we syringe this lube or we brush it on. Maybe syringing is just a tiniest bit better. Downward spiral, all right. Let me tidy up a little bit first. I think with the BDZ done, we can get rid of this. Just because there's BDZ on it. I feel like 205 grade 0 isn't so crazy messy. So I'm okay with trace amounts of it landing on the real desk mat. And also it's in a syringe, so it's going to be a little bit easier to deal with. So hot here today? Oh, man. I've been hearing it's hot out there. All right, I'm going to sound really, really, really ignorant. I must be really, really, really ignorant, but I gotta ask. So it's like, I've heard about this before, right? Like, where it's like, it's warm, like in like the December-ish, January-ish months in like Australia. I've heard of this before. I had a coworker who explained this, that it's like, what I heard, like I had a coworker, he's like an older gentleman who was from Australia. I think he moved back to Australia, after he left the company. But he mentioned that like it's warm in those, December-ish months. And so like, you have situations where like you still have like, Christmas trees and Santa, you celebrate like Christmas in the same way if you were to celebrate Christmas. But then like you'll put up fake, like cotton as like fake snow in the windows and stuff like that, which is charming, but it's hot. So dumb question. I have a really, really dumb question, but like, do you still like by name call it winter or is it summer? And then also when, like, I'm guessing, are your cold months like June, July, August? A couple of questions that I had. Or like, do you literally call it like summer? Do you call it like, is it summer right now in terms of the actual name? Okay, so like it. So that makes sense, but like you literally call it like in Australia, the traditional name for this time right now is summer. I know how hemispheres work. I'm talking about like the way that things are labeled. the nomenclature. Okay, so it's called summer right now. All right, let's do this. Oh man, that's kind of a lot. Oh man, that's kind of a lot. Oh man, that's kind of a lot. I gotta chill on this. I thought that this was a lot thinner of a needle. When I was down on Phillip Island in February, it was 42 Celsius or so the whole week. That's summer. Oh, jeez Louise. I'm good. I'm good right now. I don't know if I'd even call it good right now. I mean, the weather's been kind of crazy here. I'm hearing that it's supposed to be... I think I just washed that desk mat, and I think the bottom of it was still wet. Is it bad for ano to get wet? Also a stupid question, but I gotta ask. Opening day of WSBK, the track was melting in places, and one racer's back tire melted enough for him to high side. Yep, summer. Oh my god. I'm hearing that it's supposed to be a little less rainy here in the Bay Area in the next week, though I'm not 100% sure. There's like a hair, piece of dust or something. Only day I see rain forecast is Wednesday, and that's a 60% chance of light rain. So are we through the worst of it? Or at least are we through the worst of it for the next week? Another piece of hair here. There's so much hair in these. What's wrong with me? I'm thanking the gods we bought our house where we did. We're in a weird 3 square mile range that hasn't had any flooding or other stuff. Nice. I'm not gonna lie. I've kind of been like a total shut-in since coming back to San Francisco for my trip to Vegas. So it's that like part of me is because I don't know, it's just I've been streaming a lot and it's just nice to be in. But another part of me is like I'm literally just like I don't know what the weather is going to be like from hour to hour. Like I don't want to go, you know, I just had like groceries delivered today. But it's just like I don't want to go out and then like I'm out buying groceries and I come back and suddenly wherever it is I opted to go, it's suddenly a flood. It's just that one day. The rest of the next 8 days appears to be dry and sunny. Okay. Good to know. Californians, but we have no water. We own all your water rights, so you aren't allowed to touch your rivers. It's always so dry here. Also, Californians, it's raining too much. I think California, especially the densely populated areas of northern and southern California, have only just been equipped to deal with drought. I'm guessing for all of the agricultural land that's here, this is, I don't know, maybe it's welcome. I have no clue. But for right now, we're really just only equipped for this, for drought. So then when we see this rain, it's like, it's kind of crazy. Okay. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm gonna come back around and put lube on the other corners. We own all the food. Let's trade. I have a whole window covering this game, so I have no idea what's been happening for the last little bit. So what do we got next? We got to put in all the sliders, then the domes, then the springs, and then we got to lube the PCB. And then I think that's kind of it. Part of me is thinking I usually run a brush around each individual ring where like this cylindrical slider goes through that hole. I have no idea if that does anything useful, but I've been doing that for the last couple builds, and I'm wondering, should I just do that for completion, or is that like necessary, or does that make things worse? Part of me is thinking maybe I should just skip it. You can tell who's lived here for a while and who hasn't because they don't remember the torrential downpours we got before 13. I remember it raining so hard I couldn't see the house across the street from mine at the time. Pretty sure it's been longer than that. My whole adult life, California has been catching on fire and complaining about their rights to the Colorado River. I've been here in the San Francisco Bay Area since 2008, and I think it's not... I think it's more that I've just forgotten everything. Like, I forgot what anything is like in terms of the world. Like, I remember some of the significant things, but like weather is not a thing I really fully remember at any point of my life. I think that's my problem. Is that I just don't remember what weather was like. Outside of the last week. I'm not gonna lie, kind of looks like there's already a little bit of lube in this, but I can't tell if that's lube or it's just like plastic sprue. I think it might be plastic sprue. Okay, I think that's it. Oh shit, was I really doing that? Like, could you guys see anything I was doing? My bad. I was injecting lube on these corners the whole time, and I realized that might have been one of the worst camera angles for you guys. Not that this one's like a whole lot better for a lot of these individual tasks, but these really close tasks. But nonetheless, I'm not sure if you guys were able to see anything. My bad. Okay. You know what we do need? We need to grab something. This is interesting. We need to grab something to elevate this board, but this and then the upcoming Snipe by Show, these have really, really thin bezels, which looks nice, but I realize is probably going to have that not so great effect of like, you know, you need something to latch onto. So let me go and find, I'm probably going to use those heavy grail plate boxes. It's probably, I mean, can I just grab this? Do these work? If I grab like these tub lids, is this safe? Maybe. I want to put the notch on the upper left. Silly enough, this might actually be a situation where it would make sense to do the overhead. After 13, no rain or very little became the norm, but no tornadoes. Man, when I lived in Missouri, Missouri, those would freak me out. But Missouri has ice storms and rainstorms that cause the same problems. I remember working 80 to 90 hours a week during the 1993 Mississippi River flood. Oh shit. I was crazy. I worked at U-Haul. Oh shit. We had to go get equipment from the neighboring 4 states for months. Oh shit. That's nuts. Check this out. All right, I'm gonna click it, but I'm not gonna watch it on stream, but I'll click it so that I remember to watch it later. That's what I need to do. All these links, I should just click them even if I'm not looking at them, so that I don't remember, or so that I don't forget to watch them later. It's a problem that I have is that like people will send stuff and I'll be like, I'll look at it later, and then I never do. So I'll look at this a little bit later. Switch Doc, thanks for the contribution. We're getting closer. We're getting so much closer. River was about 30 feet above normal. Oh shit. I'm gonna put one on this now rather than later. My bad, that was a 2019 flood, but you get the idea. The water engulfed the steps in front of the arch entirely in 93. Damn. There's been some crazy shit happening in San Francisco too, but I'm fortunate to not be where that is. And I'm not sure. I'm guessing that this probably doesn't compare to some of the crazier floods that have been out there in America and around the world. But just seeing some of that stuff here is a trip for sure, because it's like it's one of those situations where it's just like it's so not typical, and like, you know, we don't expect it to happen. It's not supposed to happen here, but you know it does. Anyway, welcome to global climate change. Yeah. Let me put this here and this. So now that's based correctly here for us to be able to push some of this stuff in. Oh, you know what? Hold up. What is included in this? These are silencing rings, but then I think these are also like, are these simultaneous like things you put on the bottom of the sliders too? Okay, so they do recommend putting these silencing rings, or at least that's what's listed here. Do you guys think I should put the silencing rings? How about I do a poll? I already like put all of these in. Silencing rings. Yes. No. All right. 3-minute poll is up. Get your votes in. Chris, one of the big problems around here is that a lot of construction out here, there was little to no reinforcement or rebar used, so water gets into porous concrete / rock, then it's a done deal. Oof. Enough about weather. Ugh. Okay, guys, I have a poll here about whether or not I should put any silencing on this. I've already begun punching the sliders in, but if I should, then I need to pop these out. I don't know how easy it is. Maybe the use of that Sharpie will work again. Fuck! If I do, I need to do these these 2Us as well. I chose the hard option. I mean, it's like one way or another. I mean, like, I don't really care that much whether I have silencing rings or not. So if you guys vote for it, I'll do it. It's just like, fuck. Like, I should have put this on, you know. I should have thought about this, you know, first of all. But I got to put these on the 2Us that just have a bunch of BDZ all over them. So I got to take care of that somehow. Like a big mess again. I don't know enough about these switches or stabilizers to say yes or no on silencers. It's taupe like. I want to say taupe like because it's saying MX as a cover for, you know, Cherry. It used to be just Cherry that was MX, but using MX as a cover for like all switches that are not just by Cherry was super easy. In terms of taupe versus this, I don't know what you call this, but as we were discussing earlier, you know, Sinvec being the pedantic gentleman he is, like the correct thing to say here would be like electrocapacitive rubber dome, but that's kind of long. That's longer than MX. So what I'm saying here is that, like, I don't care what one way or another whether or not there's silencing rings. We want to do a build here, and I appreciate you guys being here. So I want you guys to have a little bit, at least a little bit of a say as to whether or not we do some silencing rings. But damn, this gets, you know, it gets messy with all the BDZ here. I think I prefer the heavy grail without silencers from what I've heard. I've done the Veracity without. And I've done the PC, the Ghost of Christmas Future with so far. All right, looks like 2 silencing, 1 no. All right, it looks like silencing has won. Okay, all right, let's go and do this. All right, let's see if the Sharpie trick works. Yep. It does worry me a little. Oh. Why is this? This is weird. Oh, it's not straight. There's a curve. So there's definitely a pretty pronounced curve on the top, but I think this curve right here is a little more subtle. I didn't even notice this. I just thought it was straight because, like, I set this down and it's like kind of rocking a little. I'm like, why isn't this just like straight? I think that's all of those. The ones in question now are dealing with these 2Us. Maybe I should just get it out of the way now so I don't have to later. I mean, I think I just have to get my hands messy and then re-lube this. I'm gonna grab one here really fast. I'm guessing it's the glossy side down. Maybe I could just, oh shit, what the? Okay. Unfortunately, don't have to get too messy, I don't think. Yeah, I just popped it in, but I can re-lube a little bit later. Same thing here. Just pop this out with my thumbnail, I guess. Yep. BRB, yeah, no worries. Also, Dorcas, welcome, and thanks for the contribution. Appreciate it. Oh, fuck. God damn it, you stupid fuck. Jesus. Oh, terrible. Yeah, this one might benefit from brushing on a bit more lube at this stage. Two one, thank you for the contribution as well. Okay. I got the silencers on the two U's. I think it's worthwhile I try to rebrush some BDZ. Especially on this one, the shift. Who is that? Luther Red. Thanks for the follow. Slapping down a little extra BDZ on this wire here, just to make up for the fact that I've touched a lot of it, gotten some of it removed from the wire and onto my hands. So if we set down a little bit more, maybe it'll be good. Okay. Hopefully that's the last of that, but you know, you never know with me, right? Okay, one thing I'm noticing is that like you could pull these rings off. And you know, the shiny side, there's a shiny side to it. And there's like a more matte foamy side to it. I think it turns out it's a lot easier for these 1U sliders because they kind of stay in place, but those 2Us, they just kept slipping off. So maybe one by one we'll throw on these silencers now. Probably assembly line it this way. I'll grab one of these guys. Just have a little container for it. I guess I could grab a tray, but whatever. maybe what I should instead do is pull all the rings off, put that in a tray. That way I don't have to get assembly line this peeling thing a little differently. There's 30 to a sheet, so I should only need to use 2 sheets for the 60 switches on an HHKB, or I guess in this case 60 sliders. All right. Almost done here. Getting these rings off. What the heck? Okay. Should be all of them. Let's see. All right. Then I'm going to punch all these guys in. Believe this glossy side has got to be the one that goes down on the slider. I'm going to use a tray because this guy is a little too small. All right, so far, you know, I don't want to say we're almost done, but we're, you know, definitely partway done. I'm hoping this to not take more than another hour or so, but, you know, we'll see how things go. So far, this build has been okay. What I can see out of it so far is, I mean, it's a typical EC build. There's an interest here that it's new, non-topre, as we've been talking about. What I gotta say is, in terms of aesthetics, I like the profile of the case for sure. That this whole situation where, you know, I've just found out here that it's like slightly curved is really, really cool. Okay, is 5 out of 10? I don't know yet. I don't have a number for it. It's okay. Here's one thing that does, you know, I raise my eyes a little bit, which is I love how all the sliders are this sort of, you know, cream color. I do like that. I find it weird though. One singular weird thing aesthetically is the fact that the actual housings that the sliders sit in is gray. They're gray, but then the housings for the stabilizers are not gray. very, very minor non-problem. But I just noticed that that's a little weird. I'm very, very curious on how this is gonna turn out. I'm so hopeful that it'll turn out better than the Falcon. But let's see. Snoopy Smells, welcome. I'm not gonna lie. This, like, putting these rings on, it's not hard. It's not. What I will say is that, like, it's a little funky. You know, and I don't think this is atypical of, you know, just people in general put rings on their topiary sliders all the time. But, just trying to just get it right. Again, it's not a hard endeavor. But, like, my palms are sweating a little, and it's just like, oh. I'm like, oh, is this a skill issue here? It's boring, tedious. Like, I don't know how to explain this other than, like, I forgot about this as a potential step. And I'm not saying you guys, we voted to get them on. But like, it doesn't feel like I'm building. Like, this feels closer to, like, you know, I don't know, I guess me putting films and switches or something, but much easier. It's like riding a Rainbow Road in Super Mario 64, like, oh, this shit again. Oh, wait, what the? Did I put this one? Oh, that does have a ring in it. Okay. All right, finished this container. I have one more tiny container left, and just a handful as well of the rings, which should come out to be about 60. Oh shit, wait a second, I realized Sinvec. I never played that record. Oh fuck. All right, the downward spiral. That's what we chose, right? Yep, downward spiral. Just occurred to me. I remember this being, oh shit, kind of tight. Like, somehow the sleeving here is like a little tight. All right. 2 discs. Let's get this up. This is a... Okie doke, let's get this music off. All right. What we've been waiting for. Just a couple more here. Okay, doke. That was the last one there. Now to re-elevate this. All right, let's do these sides first. That way we just have something reliable to cling on to. I'm just realizing I might have wiped away a lot of lube because of how I punched all these in, but oops. Zero, welcome back. CG Topre. Is that what you think my name is? Is that my new name? Zero, thanks for the contribution. We're so close, man. What is this dome weight? The green domes are supposed to be 70 gram. What is... It's a little heavy, but what I do know is, like, I think BKE heavies are... I like them. They're really heavy. I like them. And so this is supposed to be like... Why do I have so much lube all over my hands? So BKE heavies are really, really heavy, and I like them. I believe they're like 65 grams. I tried Deskeys Carrot, which I think is supposed to be 60, and I didn't like it enough. So I have not been able to see that Deskeys had any domes closer to the BKE weight. So I just kind of figured that maybe, hopefully, oh, it's the stupid spacebar stabilizer that's getting this lube all over my hands. I'm gonna do this upside down. I just figure, okay, maybe 70 will be more so match my expectations. And I think that BKE, those BKE Redux domes, they're like really like extra tactile, like in terms of how that is versus I guess other domes being a little rounder. So maybe that will be made up for in the extra 5 grams. I don't know. Any MX sliders for sale? I prefer the stock domes. I mean, I think these should be available. You should try these. Grab some of these from Deskeys. Oh, for those who didn't catch it, we did the Clickies tactile mod, and put that in the BMEC. And those feel really nuts. Those feel more tactile than anything I've ever tried. More tactile than Brown Alps, more tactile than BKE Heavy. Those are crazy. The silencers for these are basically O-rings. Interesting. Yeah, so you put them on the sliders, and the sliders, you know, based on how the dome depresses and rises again, the slider hits like the top of the inside of the housings. And so these sliders, which are cylindrical, you could put these O-rings in there, and then that's kind of what the silencing really is. They're O-ring silencers, basically. Yes. I hope there was a weird like row and a half that I did. I hope it didn't like wipe off all the lube that I was spending all that time putting in. But we'll see. Damn, I still got all this BDZ all over my hands. Okie doke. Damn, the bezel is so thin. It's crazy. Okay, it's dome time. And put as many of these 4 strips as possible before we start cutting any of these up. All right. So I'm gonna need some scissors. I think there's basically just those last 2. Then everything else is 1U. Oh, here's the curious thing. I hope the BDZ plays well with these domes. I didn't even like really fully think of that. So I just have BDZ kind of flooded all over there. So this should take us to use exactly all but 3 of the full strips of 4. But we won't have any like just stray ones left over, which is cool. Okie doke. This one's a little warped. I'm going to swap that out. Okay, cool. All right, next up, we could drop in the springs. So we'll drop in these springs, and then afterwards we have a PCB to lube. V3 greens, yes, I believe so. Yeah, V3 greens, yes. There seems like there's a lot of springs in here. I think there's like 120, which is kind of cool because that's literally double the amount that I need. And I remember people being so terrified that they would lose springs, and now they're just so abundant. Almost too abundant. The fuck? Some of these are like really stuck together in ridiculous ways. Maybe I'll just ignore them. Like conical springs are really weird, finicky like that. That was the one we were having problems with already. I feel like some of these are the volcano ones. I could be wrong. I don't know. So if you guys don't know, Deskeys had started selling springs, and they're really, really affordable because you don't have to like harvest them now. You know, harvest a whole board just to recover springs. They also have provided like a second spring shape where they look less like cones and more like, I don't know, they call them volcanoes. I don't know if volcanoes is how I'd personally describe them, but I think that's what they called them. Yeah, since the domes are rubber on the upstroke, the silencers meet the plastic on plastic action of the sliders. Yeah. Man, I just wonder sometimes, like, how do these get bunched up so crazy like this? It's like, what are they doing at the factories? Getting these to be, like, so crazy stuck. Is it Monday today? Oh, yeah, it is. Sometimes you just kind of like lose it, right? I did end up working a bit today. What are you listening to? I know this, but it's low and can't quite make... Oh, it is? It's the Downward Spiral by 9 Inch Nails. Oh, I think I raised the wrong thing. But also, I think the side just, like, this side of the disc just ended, so... I raised it up a little. Let's see if this works a little bit better for you guys. Oh, pretty cool. It was a 50-50 whether it was 9 Inch Nails or FLA. Is that volume a little bit better? I think... I don't know. I think 9 Inch Nails is like one of those bands where like it's hard to play on stream. Sometimes because going from track to track, like I don't know if it's like loud enough. I did turn it up a little bit though, so let me know if this sounds all right. Bro. There we go. These springs are like so stuck to each other. All right. One more. Okay, I think we're good there. All right, so I think it's PCB lubing time. So I'm gonna go grab a little piece of saran wrap, use it as a finger condom. I think it would just be more helpful if I got some gloves. Gloves would probably do this too. That's all good. All those concerts, motos, other loud things screwed up my ears a long time ago because I was dumb and didn't use earplugs. I still don't use earplugs enough. Oh, here it is. All right, let's throw down. Oh, I do like how the PCB is black. It makes like looking at whether or not you've lubed all these pads a little bit easier. Like, what did you miss? I think the green on HHKB, not terrible, but there's also like a lot going on the HHKB PCB, so it's just harder to tell. I don't know if this is like too much, but whatever. You know what's interesting? I think like doing this like PCB lubing is what kind of makes like helps the dome stick a little bit to the PCB, but maybe just not even enough. Okay, I think I've covered a lot of these, so I'll just go back, kind of rub them into the circles, and then like I'll probably do a drag to drag every individual row forward, backward. From the middle outward. Okay, I think we're good. Get rid of this. All right, let me follow along, make sure I didn't miss anything. They really don't have a whole lot of steps here. They put a lot of steps all in one. So I put the housings into the plate. Got the silence rings, the sliders, the domes, the springs, and also all the stabilizers. Put in the wire. We lubed everything. 2 sliders, 2 housings. Yeah, silence rings, all good. Okay, I'm just gonna lay this PCB down now. Oh shit, it's upside down. I'm gonna flip it carefully. All right. Oh shit. Fuck. These bezels too small, man. Oh, Jesus. Stupid. That's a clip for y'all. Kimlin Wen, welcome back. Happy New Year. How's it going? You were in Arizona, right? That's awesome. How was it? I hope it was fun. Man, it looked fun. Meetups are fun. Trying to get all of this aligned just right. Tons of fun. So many people and different boards to try. Talk to people for 2.5 hours before looking at most of the boards. It's good. I mean, getting to see all those people, like having them all in one room is always really nice. Okie doke. All right, we got the screws here. So the things labeled number 1 are the shorter screws, and the ones labeled number 2 are the longer screws. Okay, so we're about to set this down. Hopefully I get this right. Okay. I think we're good. All right, so I got the short screws and the long screws here. Let's try to put in a couple of different ones throughout. Okay, so that's a short. Let's put the long. Oh, wait, that's not it. Those are the case screws. These are the long screws. Okay. I have 2 corners done. Sort of. All right. What was your favorite board? Your favorite board that you tried? That you hadn't tried before? Was anyone else here at the Arizona meetup? Had not tried? Like your favorite board that you hadn't tried before? $7V, ooh. All right, all right. The Gawk Masterpiece. It was being Live Oak. Oh, nice. Yeah, dude, the Live Oak's so good. So good. Oh my goodness. Live Oak is amazing. Best topiary experience ever. The Live Oak is great. Oh, we're getting close to finishing this. I mean, I gotta check everything, make sure everything's good, but I think we should run a poll for key sets. If there's a key set that people want to see, I'll put it up on poll options here. I have about you know, we get 5 options on the pull, and luckily I think I have about 5-ish boards that have, or key sets that have 6U compat. So tried the Kaze. Ooh, nice. Ooh. All right, everything seems to check out here. Okay. Put up a poll. Lives up to the hype. Sounded and felt great. Ooh. When did that run? That ran a few months ago, right? Well, what happened to my cursor? Okay, let me find my notes. See if I can recall what the key sets were. Oh no, did I lose internet? Am I still here? I hope I'm still here. Now you got Andy, welcome back. All right, let's do a 5-minute poll for the key set. One of the options will trigger a follow-up poll. You can see that. It says follow-up poll. So guys, get your votes in for what key set you want to see here. No, it hasn't run yet. Oh, okay. I was talking to Lil Stacks. Okay, right on. Sinbad, God, I love this song. It's in QC now. I expect maybe 2 to 3 weeks before it can ship. I see. Oh, it's an in stock. Got it. Okay. All right. So the poll is up. A few minutes here. I'm gonna tidy up. We got to screw the bottom in. Ah, shit. You know, I needed a poll for whether or not to use this foam, but I'm kind of thinking of just not using this foam. Do you guys think I need to use this foam? Part of me is like, we already put the silencing rings in here. Does that mean we should go full send on like you know, muting the sound, or should we move away from this foam? And I can't run more than one pole at a time. so oops. All right, so I'm gonna tidy up in the meantime. Try both ways. That's true. I mean, it's not like it's not like this is gonna be super challenging to like open up. I mean, I guess it's because it's screwless, so it's like there's 2, 4, 6. There's 8 screws, and I'm realizing the pattern for it is kind of obvious. You got to take off basically all of the bottom row, and then you got to take off these 2 right here. What were you treating the EC pads with? Oh, lube. I was putting in 205 grade 0. I don't have gloves, so I just used a piece of saran wrap. Take your little, you know, I condom wrapped my finger with some saran wrap, take some lube, and then put it on each of the individual pads. And just kind of rub it in. Man has GMK key. I have GMK key. It's kind of funny. The Kage and the Kaze are both being fulfilled in the U.S. by Popcorn, and both are fulfilling at pretty much the same time. Oh, that's gotta be so confusing. Oh, man. Does that affect the capacitance? It shouldn't. I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, I've done it. A lot of people have done it. The purpose of it is instead of lubing the springs, like oiling the springs to prevent, like, you know, spring ping or crunch or whatever, you lube where the springs will land because they're conical and they'll kind of depress onto the flat surface. Whereas, like, you know, an MX switch spring is not conical. It won't do that. So, if you put the lube there, the lube will catch on the spring, and then, like, you know, it'll accept that. Yeah, I figured it was for the spring. Cool, I'll have to try. Yeah. Okay, let me move on to disc 2 here. What's winning on this poll? We have a few minutes left on this poll. Looks like Alpine is winning. That's interesting. I would have thought maybe, I don't know, the PPS set, maybe? We've heard it and we've seen it before, but I just would have thought maybe that would win. Not that I wanted to. But you know, I got some options here. Just as an FYI, the white on black options, I have some OG cherry white on black. Just so you guys know, if that were to win, which it currently has 0 votes, but if it were to win, there's 3 options. There's OG cherry white on black, and then I have GMK Shanshui, which I'm sure I'm pronouncing correctly. And I also have, and this is not perfectly white on black, but it's white on black enough. I have GMK Think Caps. GMK Think Caps has white on black for the alphas and the space bar. And these are my options because these are what I have 6U space bars for. So I'd be grabbing that 6U space bar and then running it with Think Caps. But, you know, that's if white on black wins, which Alpine has a pretty healthy lead here. Okay, I'm gonna try it with the foam first because truthfully, I anticipate I'm not gonna like the foam. Just like my guess here is that I won't like it. So let's try it first. Okay, here's the bottom. Oh, Alpine won. All right, we'll go and grab Alpine. That's currently sitting on the Gasket 00. So I gotta go and grab that. But I'm gonna screw this in first. Oh, it's this guy. That board just looks perfect for Alpine. Really? You think so? I thought a good beige would go with it. I feel like gray is an interesting color. It's not silver. It's harder for me to plan what to throw on a gray like this. But it's not like, it's also not really a dark gray either, so I think it's easier to plan for. The case color on this is so nice. Ah, you like it? I still am just not sure. I'm still not 100% sure that I made the right choice over the silver. Because I think I just like silver a lot. Like a lot. But I went with the gray just because I don't have any EC Topre-like boards in gray yet to this point. I do have the Digilog Realforce, which I do want to be able to explore that one at some point. Just to, you know, go in and tune those stabilizers, but it's funny, the Gasket 00 I have is also gray, so you're gonna watch that key set move from a gray keyboard to a gray keyboard. I didn't mention that in advance. I realized that might be that might have been prudent to mention, but I don't know. I'm gonna wash my hands. I touched a little lube, I guess, here and there, so I'm gonna wash my hands. Oh shit, hold up. I totally missed this. I had a lot of stuff blocked here, but I don't know how the Laker game went. I didn't actually finish it. It looks like the Lakers. Oh, they're still playing? Wait, they're still playing. Okay, it's a close game. Close game. All right. Okay, here's the Gasket 00. The Gasket 00 is gray, but it's an interesting other gray. It's almost like it has like a hint of, I don't know, some kind of... It's gray with a little hint of like a seafoam green. And I actually really, really like it. But alas, let's move it from this board to the other. I like this case color a lot. I like this board a lot in general, to be perfectly honest. The one thing I really don't like about it is I don't have feet on it. There was no included feet. They had no engravings to like set in some feet. Kind of sucks. But that's pretty much the only thing I don't like about this board is the lack of feet. Oh man, I'm like worried about trying to get this out. Hold on. Wow, those look way more purple on a gray case, or is it just this cam? Like I think both. I think it gets really highlighted by this gray. I also think it gets really highlighted by this particular gray. I do think it will show up a little bit here too, maybe a little less, I don't know. But I also do think my camera too and the lighting in here do make it pop a little bit more. Hold on, I realize I missed a lot of messages here. How many Kage will be available? Ryan was saying the drop will be about 60 for the first drop. Folks gonna have to take an L on it, so maybe the Kage would be a second round. Wait, is Kage and Kaze both run? Like not just your popcorn, but are they both full stacks boards? No clue how many extras popcorn ordered. I got it on the group bio. It's a pretty nice board. Is that all? Okay, let me see. Yeah, Exploding Corn, welcome back. Happy New Year. And Thok Thumbs, welcome back. Happy New Year. Yeah, is that Alpine? It is Alpine. It could very well be the mixture of the lighting and my camera, and also just the color settings on this, on my stream, on the camera, etc. But I think it's a mix of a lot of things, because it's not just that. It's this gray is really crazy. I think that's a part of it too. Kage is Monoke and hand engineer. Oh, got it. All right, it's so tight on this top row. I almost have to put this like vertically. Oh, wait, is this song what I think it is? You know what's funny is that the last time I probably played this album, I couldn't hear my own music. So like I've kind of forgotten what tracks are on the Great Below. Or sorry, not a Great Below. On the Downward Spiral. This is not the Great Below. But this is is it A Warm Place? Is that the name of the track? Gotcha, and yeah, it is a nice looking board. All right, I think I figure I'm gonna have the same issues with this bottom row, so I'm gonna do this now rather than later. I really, really don't like how there's no feet on this board. I think I just need to throw feet on it. Like, even if there's no, like, engraving for it, I think I just need to do it. Because right now it's like, it's slipping and sliding, and I'm just like, I'm kind of worried I'm going to knock another board. Like, either one or the other. At some point, I think I'm gonna buy some of those SJ5302s, just like a whole big pack of them, just so I have some comfort in having replacement feet for any board. Oh, I need to grab the 6U bar. It's not a warm place. No, what the fuck is this song? Have I just forgotten all of my 9-inch nails? All right, this is a lot easier to deal with. I think all of these keys on the edges, all these caps on the edges are just like really hard to remove. I'd forgotten that I did a half alu plate on this, but it's really nice. I really like this board in terms of how it feels. Just the damn slipping and sliding. Finally off work, nice. I got you, nice looking board. I just got my W1s sorted a few weeks ago and I'm happy to type on it for a bit. I bought into an FNF about 14 months ago, so when that board gets here, I may swap over, but damn, I like W1. Nice. W1, is that the Geon board? Or have I confused that with some? Wait, I'm a liar? Is it a warm place? This is a warm place. Oh, you couldn't hear. Okay, sorry. I apologize. If this is still too quiet for you guys, I could turn it up a little bit. It's just, I think the song's over. I keep raising the volume when the song's already over, and then I get worried that it's gonna like kind of be a little too nuts. It is? Okay. Warm Place is just a really quiet song. Yeah. Does this use 6U centered space or 7U? This is 6U centered space, which is why I can't do anything with this right now. I need to go and grab the 6U, which is in a container out in the pantry. So I'm gonna finish this up here, stow this board away, and as I get up, I'm gonna go grab that that container. We'll find the 6U. As far as 9-inch nails, I've only seen them once. That was on the Pretty Hate Machine tour. I saw them in this tiny shithole club in St. Louis. Wow. That was a while ago, huh? I've seen them in back-to-back nights in San Francisco in 2018. I think late 2018. And then I saw them again this past September. So good. Kajata, welcome. Kajata, wait. Kajata, were you here yesterday or earlier in this stream by any chance? Cause I did something interesting yesterday / I showed a little bit earlier. But Kajata, welcome and Happy New Year. Yeah, it was, but then again, my very first concert was Kiss on the Dynasty tour. My cousin took me when I was 10. Wow. Pretty Hate Machine is the best album. That would have been such a good show. I have a Pretty Hate Machine on cassette. I've been away a lot the last 3 months. Okay. ERTYU. I made a Sidewinder plate. Like, I'm just hoping that it'll work. I mean, I think it seems to be a relatively simple plate. I haven't actually, like, ordered one yet, but I have the plate design. Like, I don't know if it works yet, but there's also another caveat, Kajata. It's not Alps or MX. It's IROX. I have some IROX switches coming soon, and the IROX switches should work in the PCB. But they're also slightly, like, they're slightly bigger than Alps cutouts on the plate. Okay, I'm gonna put this away just to keep everything safe because it's slipping and sliding, right? So we'll stow this away. I wanna Maybe we'll dress this up on the next next chore stream. But I just want to get this out of the way now just to alleviate any danger. Yeah. I'll be back with the bin that should have the 6U. Alrighty, I'm back. I think I was only 9 or 10 for that show. My parents would have never let me go. Honestly, at the time, we thought they were a bit poppy sounding compared to Skinny Puppy. Damn, I never seen Skinny Puppy, but that would be super sick. Okay, I think this is the 6U. All right, here we go. We could complete a 6U build here. Uh-oh. Is that binding? I think I need a spacebar spring. I think I need to go harvest a spacebar spring because it actually fits and it is typing, but it is kind of like a slow return. I'm gonna flip this this disc, and then I think I have a spacebar spring somewhere in one of these bins behind me. Who is that? Oh my goodness, Lightning Keyboard with a big old raid! Alright, I missed this a little earlier. Def Gamer Edith, thanks for the follow. Jowie2404, thank you for the follow. App Lethal, thank you for the follow. Oh my goodness, guys, welcome. The letter Z. Today we built an HHKB. You built an HHKB layout board. What? What'd you build? What'd you build? Let us hear about Nachos with Barbecue. Welcome back. Abstraction Lair. Welcome. Oops, I put layout there really. Arc 60, nice. No, I do need to get it on it. I missed the first drop, but I did know that they were trying to you know, do these extra drops, so I wasn't like tripping super hard about it. But yeah, I want to get in on it. And especially like they had some cool ass colors. Like just between that like aloe one and then they had like some gold one. I think a burgundy one. Oh, those are cool. Wait, they're in stock right now? All right, hey, someone dropped a link. Cool colors? Oh, bruh. Yeah, I hadn't been following, but hey, drop the link. Maybe I'll just pick up one of the non-cool ones. Chris is way too excited. Yo, just getting a keyboard community. I love the energy so far. Hey, I appreciate it. No, we go all crazy whenever we get big raids. I did get the green one. Nice. All right. Let me check out this. I'm gonna open up this link, leave it up for when I finish up. They still have dark gold. I'm like down for that, and they still have it in HHKB too. So, you know, I'm hoping that by the time I end stream, it'll still be available. But even if not, I mean, I could always pick up one of these. The E white or the black. Looks like there's a navy one as well. We'll take a look. But appreciate you dropping the link. I need the HHKB sales pitch. Oh, oh man. The thing about the HHKB is that it's the only layout that matters. Alistair XA, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for sticking around for the end of Diego's stream and coming along here. I appreciate it. No, HHKB is sick. I think it's the perfect layout, to be perfectly honest. Like, I don't know, just everything about it. The way the keys are laid out, the fact that you got the split backspace, split right shift. You got control right here. You got the actual blocked corners. You know what I love about the blocked corners? Oh, is the music pretty loud? I apologize for that. I was hearing that it was quiet earlier, so we've been trying to play around with it. The Downward Spiral, it's one of those albums where like one track can be really loud and then the next track is a little quieter. All right. Let me know if that's a little bit better. Once you try control on caps, you never go back. Yeah, Oh, for sure. So yeah, but then we also have the blocked quarters on the bottom left and the bottom right. Oh, so good. You know what I love? You know what I love about them is that like you get to see more of the case. Cause it's just like otherwise you don't see very much of the case when you go like, you know, standard win key. And I don't know, it just seems chill. Hey Giorn, welcome. Happy New Year. Guys, Happy New Year to all of you guys. Hope everyone's had a Happy New Year. Alright, I gotta look for this spacebar spring. Okay, I think there should be a spacebar spring somewhere in here. One would hope. Ah, I see one. Okay. Deep in the depths of this bag. Hey man, Happy New Year to you too. I've been hanging for a bit, just not talking much. Was listening to 9 Inch Nails before. Right on. No worries. I'm just happy you're all here. I think about that sometimes. I'm happy you guys are here. Like, like the things I do are, you know, like it's worth watching, you know? Okay. Let's take these Alt keys off. I usually take Alt keys off and then I lift the space bar from the sides. Escape is top left, but if I'm on 60 or 65, it's on a layer. I see. Okay. I'm trying to follow this thread here. Where do you have the escape key? Are you put tilde on the top left? Is that normally it? Okay, so we put this space bar down. All right, I think that's good. It's better. I don't know if good is the right word. Okay, so right off the bat, the return is better, but it's also still, this is crazy. It's still really light. So these are Deskeys 70-gram domes, which are, from the name of it, should indicate that they're really heavy. But I don't know if I've just gotten really acclimated to a heavy typing experience. This is not that heavy. I do like it a lot better than Carrot domes. I actually really, really do. But this this space bar is way too light. You know what I kind of want to do is I kind of want to put a BKE heavy there. So here's my situation about BKE heavies. I have 34 BKE heavies, just exactly 34 BKE heavy domes. And I just went on Mech Market and I found someone who was selling 87 BKE heavies. So the sum of all of that would take me to 121, which should cover 2 HHKBs. And then 1 extra dome. And it's like, there's no give on how many extra BKE heavy domes that I have. So I gotta use it wisely, and I'm wondering if I wanna use it on this space bar. Not just a barbecue, yeah. So Deskeys released its own, we don't even wanna call it Topre board, their own electrocapacitive rubber dome board, where it's like the construction of like what the parts look like are, it's like Topre, but it's all their stuff. Like they include all of the housings, all the sliders. They have silencing rings. They have its own PCB, which is like, it's cool. It's like, it's its own one-piece PCB, but it follows the HHKB layout. But you can't drop in an HHKB PCB in here because it's like the case is not set up for it. But it's interesting, right? Nine Walker, welcome back. Okay. Should I spend the BKE heavy on the spacebar? I think I might open this up and just do it. What do you guys think? All All right, by the way, the Lakers won. I was kind of like peeking at it on the side while we were going through that raid. Just wanted to give you guys the update. Okay, I need a... Okay, here's another interesting thing about it too. It's like got the screwless design where the screws come in through the top here. So I need to actually pull some keycaps off. I'm gonna do it. We're gonna do this thing. Oh, wait, you don't need to pull the space bar off. Oh, that's cool. You literally... Oh, that's the key. Look at this. The key is this. The key is... What thing are we doing? Okay, so this is the Neverest 60. It's Deskeys electric capacitive rubber dome board meant to be like Topre. And I just put this together, and off the bat, I think honestly, when it comes to like Topre and these styles of boards, I think for me, the domes must be the most important part. Like I think that's just it, period. Like the dome's got to feel good, and I think like I pretty much to this point have only liked BKE heavies. But I gotta say, these green Deskeys ones are not so bad. They're a little bit lighter than BKEs, and they still kind of feel pretty nice. They don't pop as much as BKE heavies, but I like this better than other Deskeys domes I've tried. And I think I like, I don't know, I like the weight overall more so than even possibly some of those stock HHKB and Real Force domes. Oh, okay. So there's also a whole separate side conversation about music venues, I guess for old people. But yeah, you know, the Elbow Room, I think it's I think the Elbow Room, I was hearing that it's closing pretty soon. Anyways, what I was just mentioning here was this pretty cool thing that has happened here with this this Deskeys Neverest 60 case design, which is that in order to remove the case, you literally only need to remove these 4 keys. Just exactly, and I didn't actually anticipate that until now. So this is actually a pretty cool thing. Oops. So I'm gonna pull all this off, and I think the plan here is I'm just gonna totally remove the spacebar dome, and we're gonna replace it with a BKE heavy. This looks pretty nice. Deskeys running this themselves. Yeah, it might still be available. It is, yeah. Just like how the Arc 60 is still available. I need to try to pick up that that anode dark gold. So you like the BKE heavies more than these 70-gram domes? I think so, but I'm not as unhappy with these Deskeys domes compared to the other Deskeys domes that I've tried. Because I have the carrots, which I think are 60 gram, and the blues, which I think are like 56 or something. And I was pretty unhappy with those, to be honest. But this one, so far to me, I guess as someone who's, I'm not even going to say it more heavy-handed, just a little more heavy-handed than others. Not a whole lot, though, I don't think. But I like these. I do like these, so... Cool. All right, now here's the thing. When you do like Topre, or in this case, you know, electric capacitive, whatever, EC, we'll just call it EC for short. It just makes it easier. But when you do EC / Topre, the battle is always with the fact that there's a million screws. Also, I think on top of this, I want to take the foam out. There's some foam that came included in this, so I'm going to take this out for the next iteration here. So no foam on the next build, or on the next after we get this all together. But I'm going to open this up. And then we have like about infinity more screws to unscrew. And we also got to make sure that as we're unscrewing them, we keep track. There's a bunch of numbers labeled on the PCB, 1 and 2. Those are different length screws. So I got to just keep good track of that better than I did last time around. Damn, they even got the curve on it. Yes. So it's an integrated plate, and they machined the curve into this. And it's even like, I would venture to say the curve, it's even on the bottom. Like if you try to rest this this whole thing, and I'll show this, I've already started unscrewing it. If you try to rest this, you know, the opposite way, if I flip it over, it doesn't lay flat. It rocks a little because there's also a bottom curve that I guess, you know, isn't felt when you're actually, you know, really typing because, you know, there's like feet, bump on feet, I guess. Do it 9, do it. That's one thing I missed from aftermarket Topre. The curves. I think that I didn't like, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't even really notice the curve until like I felt it. Like when I bought it, I didn't look at the pictures that hard. But I gotta say, it's nice. This is nice. I gotta wonder though. I'm gonna try it without the foam this time around. We're gonna try it also with the one BKE heavy on the space bar. But I wonder a little bit about if I were to change this to BKE heavies. I love BKE heavies. I think it's a little too heavy for a lot of people, but I love them. Also, I need to elevate this. I realize I'm making a big mistake by not doing so. So we need to elevate this. Yeah, so I just used 2 equally sized objects on both sides. And this will kind of allow the way that all the pieces that are affixed to each other, like some of these parts need to hang off the bottom as it's facing this way, the bottom. So we need that here. All right, so the really scary part, I feel like after like opening, reopening Topre or EC boards that I've worked on already to this point is the fact that I don't know where we stand on what the lube has done. Cause what's gonna happen is I'm gonna lift this PCB up, and I feel like some, but not all, of the domes and springs will like lift up with the PCB. And that's kind of the one downside, I think, of lubing the PCB in this way. So let's see what happens here. Yep, we definitely had some lift off. So let's get these back down. Okay, and then we're gonna change the space bar dome. We're gonna find a BKE heavy. Let me also try to get these conical springs back into place. But yeah, hey, shouts out, by the way, shouts out Lightning Keyboards. Shouts out to all you guys. Appreciate y'all guys being here. Those of you who came in the raid and those of you here before and also after the raid. Is that the end of the, I think that's the end of, is this side D? Yeah, that was the end of the album, guys. Okay, let's get back the stream playlist on here. Oh, Lightning. I don't know if Lightning's still here, but I always forget to mention that whenever anyone raids, you guys can choose a vinyl you want me to play. I always forget that. Oh shit, you're listening on vinyl? Do you have a list? Yeah, exclamation vinyl. So you could spend points for a random vinyl to be played. There's a random item button on Discogs. But also you could spend more points to actually choose which vinyl you want to hear. Lubing the PCB. Where's Diego to say don't lube the PCB? What's wrong with lubing the PCB? Nothing wrong with lubing the PCB. Wait, I've missed some of the conversation here. Wait, it's that one Johnny Cash song? Lubes can melt your domes in the long run. Oh, lube can melt your domes in the long run, apparently. Ah. How badly does it ruin the PCB? Because the way I look at it is you could just get other domes, right? I think the integrity of the PCB matters most to me. For the domes, just get new domes. I still have records from vintage vinyl. PCB will do fine, just the domes. There you go. All right, cool. Then I'm good. I'm so good. Wait. What the heck? I have 2 extra springs, but only 1 spot. I might have doubled up a spring without thinking about it. And, I mean, luckily, you know, Deskeys gives you a lot. Oh, it's in the middle. All right. Missed that. Okay. Next up. All right, so here's the problem. Of the extra Deskeys domes that I do have, a lot of them are very weirdly shaped. So we kind of got to find one that isn't so weirdly shaped. This was a chore that I wanted to do last night, which was to weird shape in them. Basically, there's like some of these domes have like a little extra dome in them that I think you could just like X-Acto off. So that's what I wanted to do yesterday, but we just kind of ran out of time because we were spending so long on those non-CAD plate files, which everyone here really seems to love. For those of you who have never tuned into my non-CAD plate file streams before, I create plate files in Illustrator, much to the chagrin of people who actually, you know, do CAD. It's a riot in here. I can just kind of look at them and tell. I love Kaylee to plate gen to Inkscape. I love Illustrator. Even some of these that shouldn't be bad might be still a little. I wonder if that's like a housing construction thing. Like, is this supposed to like reject non-Deskeys domes? I wonder. No, I think just this guy's. Oh, this guy is really particularly weird because we still have. I think it's because I still kept the keycaps on all of this. Okay. I'm just going to try this and then hope it works out. Oh, that is a little weird. Damn, I shouldn't have left that keycap on. But I mean, I guess all these other things are going to have like some issues. Oh, okay, gotta head out, man. Have a good night. And Jordan. Snoopy Smells, Jordan, thanks so much for dropping by. Appreciate it. I'm going to wipe off this little bit of BDZ on this PCB. Little remnants of BDZ from the stabilizer. I'm going to cuddle with Geo. Need more height off the desk? That shouldn't matter for the spacebar just because it's dead center where it's already lifted off. It's not touching the desk. Gordon Derp. Welcome. Yeah, we're working on this Neverest. Welcome, welcome. I don't know if you've been following this whole Neverest saga. Yeah, dude, how is it? It seems pretty good so far, but we're just still trying to hammer out a little bit of stuff here. I don't like most Deskeys domes is what I'm realizing. But these green ones seem pretty alright. Except I don't think it's good enough on the spacebar. So I just changed just the spacebar to a BKE heavy. So we're going to check to see if this works out alright. Green V3, 70 gram green V3. How's the integrated plate? Remains to be seen. There's a lot of things going on with this board which make it very, very interesting. In all, it's an HHKB, so it's like pretty sick. But we just tried this right before we disassembled it. We had some foam in here, and then we had the spacebar dome that I feel like I need to just redo here. So change that out to a BKE heavy just on the spacebar. Taking out the foam for this next time I put out the or just like build this together. Getting all these, there's two different types of screws that screw in here because they're different lengths. So I just put on all the longer ones, and then now I'm going around doing the shorter ones here. There's a chance that I might come back to this and then rebuild this with BK heavies. There's a chance I might come back to all of my Topre boards and then rebuild all of them with BKE heavies. BRB, gotta get on a train. Hey, yeah, no worries. Hey, thanks for dropping by, and see you shortly. Would you guys hate that if I just made every board have BKE heavies? So these are 70 grams, and they don't feel heavy. They don't feel light, but they don't feel heavy. The BKE heavies, now those are heavy and nice, simultaneously. You have to type on them, not us. True, true. All right. So there we go. Also, who was that? 9, if you're still around. So we've just reassembled this, but I did want to show this in case you wanted to see it, or if anyone here hasn't already seen it. So we reassembled the PCB onto the plate with this whole assembly, but there's no bottom yet. It's a screwless design where you screw in from the top. You put the bottom down on the bottom. But in any case, I wanted to show off how there's a curve on this side. And then there's also a slight curve on the bottom too, so that when you rest this down, you can see it rocks a little. I'm just demonstrating that that is the curve that's there here on the bottom. So just pointing that out. Okay. Now I guess let's put this back together here. Well, also before we do that, is that nice? It somehow still feels a little light. I'm trying to determine what goes into that. So maybe it wasn't necessarily just the dome. I wonder if it was the stabilizer or just something being warped in here. Oh my goodness. Okay, you know what? It's sliding around. I'm gonna screw this back in so there's a little less slidiness, and then we'll deal with trying to remove the space bar shortly. There's a chance that that whole exercise of me switching to a BK heavy might not have been necessary, because I think there might be some potential issue with the space bar or the space bar stabilizer. Let's find out. Alita the Elite, where do you get your desk mats? Yeah, this one's from Archetype. I like this one a lot, for sure. I do have just different desk mats, just from all kinds of vendors. And some of them are, I don't know, they're just from where they're from. Crowface, welcome. Do the green domes feel way heavier than 55 gram OEMs? Maybe let's take a look at the, I have a Digilog. I have a Digilog Real Force, and that one is also, I think, 55 grams silent. So I'll pull that out in just a little bit. I kind of want to pull that one out anyways, because I want to compare the grays. I think that one's definitely a darker gray. Anywhere, just because I have the one you have and the darker one with just green highlights. Oh man, I think, did they drop some extras on a recent round? I wonder if those, like, if there's any still on sale of the others. I GB'd both, not sure. Let me look. All right. Oh. Random update. Oh, well, maybe it's also, I might need to repeat this for McJizzle if McJizzle ever drops by. Carrie, welcome. Thanks for the contribution. I got a Torx like socket set. And it turns out that that screw that I was talking about for my door was, I think, a T45. Even though one of the websites I saw said it was a T30. It's a T45, which is cool, except for the fact that I don't have a 3/8-inch drive, like socket wrench thing. So I had to buy one of those. That's hopefully going to come in pretty soon. But I was convinced that it was T30 because T30 on the website. T30, I have a 1/4-inch drive. Anyways, what the H is going on here? All 3 R2s are in stock. I see. All right. Good to know. Okay, what is happening here? So, I don't know. I don't know the answer to the question. When I snap it down, it's really light, even with the BKE heavy, even with the extra spring. I'm a little bit confused. I wonder what goes into that. It's too light. This I'm used to being so much heavier. Alpine looks great with this board. Yeah. What do you guys think is the issue? We just changed it to a BK heavy, which is really, really snappy. But I think rated at a lower weight, but BK heavies in general feel heavier than these 70-gram Deskeys. Like, I think I'll live with this, but I just wished it was a little bit heavier. Do you have a stronger spring you can put under the keycap? Oh, should I put 2 springs? I mean, like, I think I think all of these springs are like kind of the same, just between like real forces and HHKBs. I wonder if they just like make heavier springs. I don't know. In any case, let me tidy up. I kind of feel like we're done here. I don't know what else I can really do at this point, because it kind of suffices, you know. But if you guys have any other suggestions, or if you guys can locate a heavier Topre spacebar spring, let me know. But I just want to clean up right now, just so it doesn't look like a huge crazy mess. Maybe your stabilizers don't like the double stems on the spacebar. Oh. Shit. That could be right. Oh shit, 9, you might be right. Fuck, should I break this? I wonder, do I have any 6Us that are worthy of breaking? I do have like Damaki. Let me grab Damaki really quick, because it's just like you can always just buy like a Damaki like spacebar kit. I have 2 of them, so oh shit, this is crazy. All right, so here's Damaki. I have 2 spacebar sets, and I think there's a 6U that's in here. And actually, these 6Us, they don't even have one to break. Now that I've realized it, there's nothing even to break on the 6U. Hold up. This is always the hard part, taking off this stupid top tray thing. All right, we've just made our desk messier. In spite of everything I just said about tidying up, we've just now made even more of a mess. How does this enclosure work? God, I feel like I'm gonna just pop everything out here. All right. All right, this is 6U, and this is, I'm pretty sure this is right. Okay. No, it's still kind of the same. It's still like, I don't know, for some reason doesn't have the effect of being as heavy as when I've done BKE, and also you know, even as like what I usually do on these other boards, like you know, I've done it with the Live Oak, the Heavy Grail. I can grab those. That like I specifically like I'll do BK heavies, and then I don't even want a spring in the space bar. Because it's so heavy, but here we've added the spring and it's still light. One thing that I'm wondering, what if those Topre space bars that I use BKE heavies on, what if they're not as heavy as these two space bars? Like, is that an option or is that a possibility? Like, what if the weight of these space bars specifically weigh them? We have a scale. Why the hell not? We're just making our desk messier and messier. But we got to figure it out, right, guys? Also, I do like it better without the foam. Because it's like, it already sounds kind of foamy from the, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I'm just crazy in saying it, but it does already sound kind of foamy from the silencing rings. All right, I don't know. You guys probably can't see it, like it's kind of blown out a bit, but I guess just trust me. Okay. If you guys want to record this, GMK Alpine 6 grams. The 6U spacebar is 6 grams. Jesus, it's like, oh, it's really in there. What the hell? Bro. I'm 300 points away from the next 2K. Okay. Anything we could do to drag this out. Okay, 6 grams for this Damaki 6U spacebar. This time do 3 springs, 1 on each slider. Interesting. You're talking about like where the stabilizers are, right? Hammer Brother, welcome. Thanks for the contribution. Okay, let me see. I wanted to grab a few things. I wonder if I just have all those extra springs to spare. They might be with the dome bags. Okay. Yeah, really push that bar up. We'll try it. We'll try that out. Okay. This is a Topre space bar. 6 grams. They all seem to be 6 grams. I don't think this gets any more precise than this. This seems to be as precise. All of them are 6 grams. As one bent bar. It's the stem is like longer, so it's kind of doing this wobbly thing. Okay, let me try to track down 2 more spacebar springs. I don't think that they're in these keycap bags. I think they're in the dome bags. We're gonna figure this out, and then it's gonna be like really glorious. All right, I found one. Track down one more. Can we? Shit, man. I have 2 so far. I'm gonna check these bags again. Also, I'm thinking maybe I might check out there briefly, see if I could locate one outside of this room. I'm very sad I don't own GMK Alpine. Is it sold out? It's pricey and also Kono. But it's a nice set. In spite of that, I guess. But that's the is that the joke? We gotta locate an extra spring, guys. We gotta. It's not in here. Sold out on Kono. Probably gonna pass aftermarket. Okay, I don't think it's in here either. I think I'm gonna step outside this room really quick because maybe there might be one more bag in the other room where I have domes in. Hi, brother. Welcome back, by the way. This might be a dumb question, but why would the weight of the plastic influence how heavy a feeling you're getting? Well, I think the spacebar is too light. So it's just that, like, you know, if there's any extra weight on the weight of a spacebar, it could be, like, just making it, like, too easy for the actual switch mechanism to depress. That's what's going on in my head. I don't know. Like maybe a reality where it's like, you know, if you just had like an infinitely heavy key and then you put it on a switch, well, I mean, it's like, it's gonna depress, right? All right, it's not in here either. What the? I mean, I could just steal a third spring from one of the other boards that I've used, right? It's just like, I swear I would have had at least, I would have hoped that I had one more spare spring, but I guess maybe not. I'm gonna keep looking. FZoid99. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, you said to press the switch by applying weight. Spring or dome resists that weight. Apply with a set amount of force. The weight of the cap would be subtracted from the weight needed to overcome the force spring. That makes sense to me. Yeah, but I know it's just like, turns out these weren't like that far difference in weight to the closest gram. Okay, so I couldn't find anything out there quickly enough, and I don't want to leave you guys just sitting here doing nothing. So one thing I do know is that I must have put the spacebar spring into this Heavy Grail Ghost of Christmas Future. In case you guys want to see it, I could show y'all. This is the Ghost of Christmas Future with the snow keycaps. I really don't like the look of this this sort of like gasket, this top mount gasket just shining through, but maybe I could remove that. Anyways, but it's otherwise a nice board. It feels nice too. in terms of just like the actual finish of the case. Like, oh, it's kind of smooth. It's cool. Anyways, I put in what I think are Pro 2 domes in here. They do feel pretty nice. But I think because I was using such a light dome in comparison to the BKA heavies I normally use, I'm gonna guess that I did leave a spring in here. So let me go and find that out. Yep. All right, so we're just gonna put that there for now. We're just gonna pretend that this is a logical thing to do. Gotta find that white gasket, man. Love the way it came out. Yeah, I agree. Or just like remove it. I wonder if we just remove it and if it's like fine. Okay, so I just stole that from the Ghost Christmas Future, and then here now is the third spring in the sequence. So if you guys need to see what craziness this looks like, there's now a spring here, here, and here, as per the suggestion from Sinvec. So let's try this out, I guess. I can't lie, it feels better. It kind of does. It might be a little too heavy now. Maybe, what if... Ooh. It always like tightens up on one side. Okay, I'm gonna get this scale out of the way. It's just too much shit on this desk. What if I just put the two on the stabilizers? Oh my god. But yeah, I was thinking, yeah, move out the middle spring. 2Us are good so far. I don't feel any binding on them. Like, I don't seem to find a way to get them to bind. So this might actually be like legit at this point. The 2Us, but I don't know. That's my experience as of right now. What I wonder is whether or not you can get those 2U housings. God damn. And what I wonder is if you can get those 2U housings and then like use them as like real force replacements. Specifically just those. Oh my god. I think I like this. I again find it weird that I have to do this, but I think I like this at this point. All right, I guess that's it. That's that. Oh man, now I'm wondering if it's too heavy. I need 1.5 springs. Not the problem I expected, especially with the BK heavy. That's just the weirdest thing. Maybe use the dome you originally used in the 2 springs. Maybe. Ah, but I'm just like tired of opening this. Not gonna lie. I kind of want to just finish this up. We run some type tests and I don't know. Oh my god, we've been on for almost 5 hours. Holy smokes. Okay. Let's just go on with this. 1.8K, keep going. Oh, interesting. So this PCB, the connector is on the right side. It's kind of different. All right. What I'd heard is that is it VIA compatible? Maybe web VIA? Start now. Oh, looks like it is. Maybe, I don't know. Or maybe that was a nothing. Maybe it's Vile? Oh, wait, hold up. Our playlist finished. I gotta find a new playlist. That was the end of the 420 mixes list on Smooth Sounds. Let's go to Trap Zone. Is there only one? What is this? Trap Zone? Okay, anyways. Vile? Is this Vile compatible? Oh, I think it is. Oh, what the shit? Wait, you guys hear that? Okay. That was weird. Okay, here we are in Vile. Everything checks out. Oh, okay. So it's pretty much good, except there's no eject button, which is whatever. I don't really care that much. Does he? I don't think eject is even like reasonably here available in Vile. And then these guys are gone, but not like they actually mattered. So honestly, it looks like everything's fine. Matrix tester. Cool. Very cool. Okay, so then there is a little thing I need to do here. So what I always do is I keep left alt and left win as they should be, like the positionings I think they should be. But the thing is, like, those keys get like switched between Mac OS and Windows, and I'm a user of both. So what I usually do is like I default it. I mostly use Mac OS, but I keep it defaulted like the way I want it in Windows, because in Mac OS, it's easier to go into this, you know, this, your settings, then going to, where the hell is it? Modifiers. I'll just search it. Modifier. Customize modifier keys. Here it is. It's easier to go into Mac OS. It looks new because of the new Mac OS, but it's easier to go into here and then just swap these just like per system, because I use my own Mac Mini, and then I have like a work MacBook, and I just change this here. Easier to deal with, and then like it just seamlessly flows when I plug in to a Windows machine. So just wanted to point that out. Okie doke. So I think it's monkey type time. Let's run a prediction. And then as we run the prediction, I'll try to clean up here because it's crazy in here. All right. I'm feeling froggy. Let's go 132. All right. Prediction period's up. Do you think I'll hit 132 words per minute in this type test? Now I'm gonna clean up here. Monkey! Toprado? What? What is that? Alright, because I now have a one singular spare spring, I guess I'll put it back into the heavy grail. Oh, Topre? No. Part of me wonders if like, what if there were supposed to be more screws in this position to like kind of push things up, like to keep it like more tight in those spots? Or what if I didn't screw it tight enough in the screws that are here? That's like one thing that's going through my mind. But I've done it twice, and I like, you know, the first time, and then when we like reopened it back up, I did screw it twice, and I did feel like I went all the way. That part of it is a little weird. I do wonder how BK Heavies would feel on this though. Still. Oh, prediction period's over, isn't it? All right. I did very little tidying. But let's try this out. Okay. Let's choose, is there an Alpine? Oh, there is Alpine. Alpine is a theme here. All right, let's talk about the build. Guys, this is the Neverest 60 from Deskeys. And I'll put this away as well. That way we only have one board in view. Neverest 60 from Deskeys. It's got Deskeys green 70-gram domes, Deskeys V3 domes in the green 70-gram variant. I don't know what more there is to say here. It's got the integrated plate. The cool curves on the side, the Deskeys sliders and housings, the stabilizers as well, like when it comes to even like the spacebar stabilizers. Yeah, it's got it all, man, including that weird spacebar situation. So GMK Alpine is what we're running on it. We're doing a 60-second test. I got to stretch a little bit. Point this, bring this microphone a little closer, downwards, turn the music off. Arigato Roboto, welcome, came just in time. We're about to get started here. 60-second test, I think we did 132. All right, let's do this. Hey, we crushed it. Mint Noises, welcome back. 137. Hey, congratulations to the believers. Congratulations. Crushed it. How do you do that high of a words per minute with 70-gram domes? Dude, I'm telling you, dude, it doesn't feel that heavy, like, at all. Like, I don't know what it is, but, like, something about this construction, like this is what I'm wondering, right? Like, there's so fewer screws here than I've seen in regular HHKBs and in real forces that I'm just like, is the small number of screws making this feel lighter or something? I don't know. But what I do know is there's just fewer screws. I have no idea. Heavy tactiles objectively make you type better, it is known. BKE heavies do. I think in general, anything with a, like in this, I've mentioned this, a higher start force is just way, way, way better for me when it comes to accuracy and then by extension overall speed. So it's quieter than the other two Topre boards you've done recently. Well, let's try it. So I still have the, I still have this guy here, the heavy grail. This one is the one that's supposed to be really, really quiet on its own. So while it's still here, I'll whip this out and we'll we'll sort of see. So we'll do a couple of comparisons. I want to bring out this one, which I have done that just now, but I also want to bring out the Digilog Rail Force to compare the grays and also to compare the domes in there, which are 55-gram Real Force domes. So real quick, if you guys just want to hear this, this is 45-gram Pro 2 domes that are silenced Type S, and these are 70-gram Deskeys domes that are silenced with the included silencing rings that they included. So this is heavier, but really doesn't feel like by that much. Really doesn't feel like by that much. What do you guys think? Stock 45 grams feels so much heavier than my Deskeys BKE pink domes. What are the pink domes rated at? I think it's comparable loudness. Meebergon. Did that TTS come in? I don't know if I heard it. Thok. Meebergon, thank you so much for the 5 months of support. Appreciate it. 42. I see. Yeah, I don't know what to say, man. Like, just by comparison, like, this is not that far away from this. Like, I tell you, I'm not sure if that's a dome thing. I'm not sure if that's the board thing. I do know when I feel this in hand, it's definitely not light, like these domes. So I wonder if it's the construction making this feel really light. It's kind of weird. Okay, I'll get the music back on while I go find the real force. We normally do more type tests, but I want to find that real force real quick. Ooh. All right, guys. Oh man, need more space. Need to reclaim space. All right, so this is the Digilog Real Force. This is a Real Force R1 inside of a aftermarket Digilog case. That's the name of the case, or the people who made it, Digilog. I got this in about I want to say 2014. No. It was right before Super Smash came out. Super Smash 4 for the Wii U. So whatever that date was, I remember I got this right before I got a Wii U. And I got the Wii U for Smash Brothers. So whenever Smash Brothers came out, I got this right before. Genyu Saihan, thank you so much for the 3 months of support. Much appreciated. What a time. Yeah, so I think that might have been maybe 2015 now that I think about it. 2015-ish. So this is a really, really cool board if I were a TKL user. But what's really especially cool was the fact that like there was a whole lot built into this where it had an attached cable like the original Real Force. But what you did here was they included a cable that you would plug this into for like a daughter board, but the daughter board wasn't just a daughter board. It was also a USB hub. So that's why there's such a giant forehead here. It's to sort of fit in that controller. What a way to remember something when you what a way to remember when you got something. Yeah, no, I just remember because what I remember was that like it wasn't a time for me where I spent a whole lot of money on individual keyboard items. So what I remember was thinking like, shit, man, I'm buying this keyboard and it's not even a keyboard, it's just a case. And I remember thinking, and this case costs as much as a Wii U. And I want to get a Wii U so I can play Smash. I remember that being my thought process at the time when I bought this. Anyways, this is a Real Force R1 with 55 gram domes, like the stock Real Force 55 gram domes. And it's got the silent sliders, if I recall correctly. So if I pull these off, these should have, yeah, the Real Force 55 gram like purple sliders. Or sorry, the silent sliders, my bad. Okay, so here's the comparison between the 70 gram Deskeys silenced and the 55 gram Real Force silenced. I'll type on them, you can listen to them, and then I'll tell you how they feel in terms of difference. I guess this is still a little heavier, but like I don't know, maybe I really am just heavy-handed, but I still contend something weird is happening here. Because this is a little heavier than this. This is also interesting because it's like it's got a really like round feel compared to like anything here. It's been a while since I've used 55 gram domes, but yeah, there's a roundness to this that is not bad. I actually kind of like it. I would have anticipated that if I were to suggest that like there's a roundness to Topre, that I would not like it quite as much as say like the BKE, like heavy sort of feel. But when I play with it, it's actually not that bad. And I actually kind of like it. And it's that like I remember when I got this, when I built it, when I used it, I really liked it, and then wished that there was like some kind of metal HHKB enclosure that could kind of replicate this. And it's cool that we've got HHKB like cases or enclosures now. I don't think I have anything that makes a board sound like this. So this does feel kind of unique in that way. And I wonder if it's the domes specifically here that are doing it for it. So yeah, and then this in particular definitely makes it feel kind of, you know, plasticky, a feeling that there was meant to be retained in Norbauer's designs, I guess. So you definitely feel that. I do have one more off to the side, which is the S60. So the metal enclosure that I have for an HHKB that does have this sort of the same kind of construction, but we have the BKE heavies in here. All right, so we have 4 completely different Topre boards here. And look at it, that's kind of crazy. Okay, so let's let's try this out. Yeah, this is like... Okay, so this is like untuned. This Digilog spacebar stabilizer. This is something that I've been wanting to put on my, like, this is something that's been on my to-do list for the longest time, but it's just taken no priority over any of these other builds. But we'll do this. The spacebar on the Neverest is very quiet compared to the other HHKB. No, well, yes. But I also feel like there's something messed up. I don't know what, but it seems messed up. Like, it's not supposed to be like this. There's a weightiness that's supposed to be here that isn't. So when I type on this, it's similar-ish in weight as the BKE heavies, which are supposed to be rated like 5 grams less, but they're really, really close. I would venture to say that I'm not sure if the weight is more, but there's definitely more tactility here, which makes me think that there's more weight. But in general, when going between the space bars, so this is really, really particularly distracting on this Digilog just because it's untuned. Okay. The spacebar spring in the Heavy Grail 45 gram Topre domes, there's the fact that there's a spacebar spring here, makes it feel like there's almost no difference between like a regular Alpha and the spacebar, which is good. That's I consider that a good thing. For the for the S60 by Show, I think it's similar, but I think that the spacebar does still seem to appear to be heavier. I don't think that there's a spacebar spring in here, which kind of makes me feel like that's a little bit weird. Let me find out. Come on. Oh my god. There's no spacebar spring in there. So not 100% sure why. It does feel kind of close though. Ditto for this. I think what they all share is like a return snappiness. Trying to ignore the rattle, but they all share a return snappiness that this guy just doesn't have. And that's what's weird about the Neverest. I can't get the spacebar to like feel like this. We did a bunch of stuff in there, right? We changed the whole dome. We were trying to like do all these configurations with the springs. Even when we put in the 3 springs, like it didn't feel like, it felt heavier, but it didn't feel like it had the same kind of snappiness. And I think that that's what I'm missing here out of the Neverest. And that's something that I guess I'll go to the Deskeys Discord. I might try to ask it in the most polite way possible if anyone can figure out what is the cause of all this. But I don't have the snappiness like on the return as much as I have on any of these other boards. And I think that that's one of, like, that might be the only issue I have with this, to be perfectly honest. Because everything else whoops, I just typed that. Everything else is pretty good. Like, I don't see any real great issues. Maybe I might consider wanting to change everything to BKE heavies anyways. But whether or not I do that, that doesn't take away the choice of domes in here doesn't necessarily take away from the overall experience of the board, because these are the first Deskeys domes that I thought were kind of sufficient for me. Mod check. These are the first Deskeys that I felt like were sufficient for me, but I still think that they would be improved if I used Deskeys domes, or sorry, BKE heavies. So, so there's that. Regardless, you take that out of the equation, I don't know what's going on with the space bar. That's my problem. Can you add a command type test without... I'm good. All right, so that's what's going on with all that. I probably should have had music on that whole time, whatever. I'll go back to doing a few more type tests. How are we on time? We're over 5 hours at this point. I don't think we're gonna do any typing tutor letter invaders today. We might go straight into a giveaway after we do some of these type tests. So hope you guys stay tuned for that. Maybe we'll find some junk. Maybe we'll figure something out. Okay, I'm gonna clean up a little. Just get this stuff out of the way so that I can be more comfortable in the type tests that I do. All right, heavy grout. Oh, some of these, the sleeve things just kind of slip out when that the top of this just kind of flips over your legs. Okay, Digilog Real Force again. We're probably gonna be tuning this and doing something about it at some point. Please don't have me LMAO. What does HHKB stand for? I know the KB is keyboard, right? Yeah. No worries. I'm not gonna laugh at you. The HHKB stands for Happy Hacking Keyboard, not just with barbecue. Beat me to it. I'm not gonna lie. It's a silly name. I've always thought it was a really silly name, but it's cool how I find it pretty cool how like the people who put it together, like it started off as just being something, as niche as it was, and it's kind of evolved into, well, I mean, maybe what I have evolved it into. The fact that like it's not just a keyboard, it's a series of keyboards that share a layout. Maybe that's how I consider it, at least. Like when I say I collect HHKBs, it's not solely just the board originally, but it's all the boards that have kind of taken and adapted the layout. I love the name. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry I called you out without looking. What? I messed up. Oh, yeah, no worries. Chris, I've actually put it in chat, so I wanted a mod to make it a command. Okay, let's do a couple more type tests here. I'll pause the music again, and we'll get in on this. Okay, let's do this. All right, another 30. Do you guys like the way it sounds though? Yeah, it sounds like Tobre sounds domey. All right. Let's do a couple of 15s. Yeah, I like these domes. They're not the snappiness of BK heavies, but I like them. The more that I use it, it's nice. I wonder also what this would be like if I wonder what this would be like if I didn't have the silencing rings. I wonder if that has any possible effect on that spacebar too, on the snappiness. I'm guessing probably not, but I wonder. I like non-silent separate. I typically do too, but I don't hate this. I used to have a lot of misplaced hate for silencing on Topre because I lived in an era where spacebar, like stabilizer tuning, wasn't clear. So the fact that people would try to silence a board when you couldn't, like, it wasn't really well known how to silence a stabilizer, like, it bothered me. Like, what's the point? You're still gonna be, it's still gonna be loud in some capacity. So believe me, it's like the resources for how to tune a stabilizer just they weren't really there in like 2012 through 2015. Like there were kind of some people who would suggest what to do, and I guess it worked for them, but just not really like you couldn't really get the right results and you could kind of just hear it. You know what's funny? Sonus, welcome. I remember watching in like 2020 a stream with Chubies and Norbauer. And Norbauer had mentioned that, you know, like he had just learned about untuned stabilizers even after producing all of these keyboards that he was producing by 2020. I think that might have been even close to 2020, like end of 2020, early 2021. And it's just like by that point, people already kind of knew what to do. But like he was building boards, like he was designing boards, but also he'd have his own collection of boards that were just like completely untuned stabilizers, and he didn't really think anything of it. Me, I thought of it way back without any real solution to it, and thought that like, what's the point of silence topre if you're gonna have like rattly wires? Anyways, that's just like a quick aside that I wanted to mention. Woo! Woo! 154. Oh, yeah, I think Norbert said that he only ever uses stock. It's crazy, right? Okay, I'm gonna rummage around, see if I can find y'all some junk to give away. Are you guys cool with some junk? Let me rummage. What time is it? 11:30, huh? I have a really insane piece of junk that I might want to give you guys. Let me poke around, be sure. Digilog Rail Force giveaway. Damn, hold up. I gotta think about this. think we'll do this. All right, this one's like a pretty insane piece of junk. All right. This is a Real Force 91. So this is a JIS layout, and I use this for harvesting. But you know, I've come to realize here that there's quite a lot you can kind of do with this at this point, because you could probably get this back to like a working situation if you just bought all these extra parts from Deskeys. Should we run this? Maybe put together a Grand Prix of sorts? Because I'm gonna include these domes. I don't think I have any use for these domes, so that's already a piece you don't have to worry about. Is that a 2U housing that I could use for the Avia? One. These are actually less than 2U. So just the one in the center, I already kind of tried to drill through it, and I ended up not using it because the hole I drilled on the right side is like a little bit ugly. But it probably would have been pretty good. But I just didn't choose it because it was ugly. So yeah, I mean, the whole case is here. I might include whatever is extras. There's some extra shit in the bags over there. I don't know exactly what it is, but whatever the case is, that whoever would win this, you need to get all the housings and sliders, and then you'd probably need to get some kind of, I don't know what replacement housings you would use for these two guys, to be perfectly honest, because I don't know how different the sliders are. I wonder, is this something I could easily lift off? Oh, it might be all screwed together. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, yeah, this is a weirdo one. This is super weird. I love the R1 Real Forces. Yeah, these aren't even, Gamble Shroud. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, these aren't even anything remotely close to a 1U or a 2U slider. So the thing is, I might have to include some Tobre specific keycaps just for those two. Like, I'd have to dig around for them over there in one of those bags. So I'd have to include that so you could actually get these usable. But then everything else you would run MX with the help of stuff you could buy on Deskeys. There's nothing here, I believe, that's bigger than a 2U stabilized key. There's no 6U, 6.25, 7U. There's nothing on here on this because it is a JIS layout. Also, someone at some point put a Just Systems sticker, but this is not Just Systems. So just throwing that out there. All right, so are you guys cool with me running this as a giveaway prize? Let me open up Marbles and let me ping this Discord. I feel like this is a pretty premium junk item to run for a giveaway. So let me ping the subs here, guys. If you're not already subbed, feel free to sub for the 10 best emotes on Twitch, and if you have your Twitch linked to your Discord, you get access in my Discord to a sub-only channel where I ping whenever I'm about to run a giveaway that isn't complete junk. So just wanted to point that out. So I'm about to do this right here. Twitch subscriber. All right. Real Force JIS. With all right, pardon me, I just gotta make this announcement. Okie doke. Prime homie sub. Hey. Alrighty. Okay, I'm lost. Put a not sticker just beside just and ready. Stock domes are always a nice treat. Alright. So I just pinged, I sent the back call. Let's do a Grand Prix. How do I increase it? Let's do a Grand Prix 3 races. You guys can't see anything I'm doing right now, huh? Sir! Did you say premium junk? I said pretty premium junk. All right. Are we on the right thing? All right, shall we? Shall we? What the? Hold up. There's a bunch of shit on my screen that's broken right now. Give me 1 second. Trying to figure out what's going on here. Okie doke. Let's try this. Let me also set followers only right now. Alrighty, gotta be following. So 3 races. Let's get this party started, yeah? We'll do a 3-minute timer on the first. Let's do 3.5 minutes. 3.5 minute timer on the first, and then subsequent ones will be like 90-ish seconds. Raikoi, thanks for the follow. Exclamation play to join. Welcome. Premium junk. Some nice Real Force R1 JIS leftovers. Three races. Gotta finish first as per the scoring of marbles, which I never really fully understand. No re-rolls, so if you don't claim, feel free to pass it on to whoever you'd like for it to go to, or if you don't care, we just go down the list to second place and so on. How do we do this? Grand Prix seem to be notoriously bad for figuring out who's a last place finisher, to be perfectly honest. So we might just have a, I don't know, no determination for who chooses the raid target, as we usually do. Last place of last race. I don't hate that idea. Last place of the last race gets to choose the raid target. We could do that. How about third? Give third the choice. Sure. All right. Third. All right. Let's do third. First place gets the prize. Can pass it on to whoever. Third place gets to choose the raid target. There, I like that. All right. I want to continue tidying up. This place is it's really something here, you know? It's really something. You can see all three winners at the end at least? Yeah. True. True. All right, about a minute left to join. Join right on in, guys. I think this was a bag for all the springs. It's kind of a nutty amount of springs in here. That seems like it was more than 120. Exclamation play to join, guys. Oh, Peter Poppins, welcome back. Good to have you back. Happy New Year, by the way, Peter Poppins, and also everybody else. Happy New Year. All right, let's go. All right, always the eternal fight with the marbles camera. All right, there's the finish line over there. All right, and then there's also a big funnel here, so we're gonna let that go while I continue tidying. I'm also gonna switch ears. All hacks, did you make it in time? I don't know if you made it in time, but there's still 2 more races. Excuse me. I've been trying to figure out how to get rid of this. I also have a, I think it's a 103U, which seems to have, I don't know if it's more or less value, but it does have a 7U layout. But it does have a numpad. So that'll probably be another future Topre junk giveaway, stream giveaway. Who's in the lead? Peter Poppins in the lead here. Race number 1. Exploding Corn. Oh, Exploding Corn. Got the jump. Followed by Fush. Kajata trailing right behind. Guys, it kind of technically doesn't matter where you finish here on this race, but first does help. Because we got 2 more. Raiko has just died. Who's going to get it? Who's going to get it? Oh, it looks like it's going to be Exploding Corn. Could it be? Who's going to... Oh, Fush just... Oh, my goodness. Exploding Corn with the win in race number 1. Oh, shit, that thing also moves. I forgot about that. Kajata finishes 2nd. Ayo Spring Roll finishes 3rd. Punkshoe 2-1. Where is Genyu Scion? Can Genyu Scion get a nice 6th place here? Possibly run up his score? Let's see. Genyu Scion did finish. Nice. Wow, I fell. All right, guys. Ready for the next? Let's do this shit. All right, next map, Laboratory. We'll do a 90-second timer. Guys, 90-second timer. We're already supposed to be here. 1:30 to join. Exclamation play to join on in. Whew, man, so much stuff here. Wait, I was lurking, I suck. I'm here, I just didn't hear giveaway, was on a call. All right, yeah, exclamation play to join. There's still 2 more. 2 more left in this Grand Prix. Exclamation play to join. You might still have a chance. Always good to get a chance, right? Randy Ocean, welcome back. For those just tuning in, we built a Neverest 60 today with green 70-gram domes from Deskeys. I think it's pretty nice. I think there's a weird thing with the snappiness of the spacebar, but other than that, Pretty good board. All right, let's do this. Meanwhile, for this giveaway, we're running a 3-race Grand Prix for this harvested Real Force R1 91U JIS layout board. All the housings and sliders are gone pretty much, except for these random, I think, 1.75 U keys. But, you know, otherwise still usable. You could put something together here to make it work via a bunch of Deskeys stuff that you would buy that they've now produced to help replace all this stuff. Sinvec's got a lead here, going through this, I don't know, American Gladiators Jungle Gym type thing, a McDonald's play place, and then we got this comb thing here. All right, couple of propellers. Arigato Roboto has just died. Can you Scion 2-1? There's this whole, I don't know, this globe thing that everyone's stuck in. Perfect for switching out variable domes with. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that is actually probably a good use if you just wanted some domes. But again, you can use this as a... You can restore this or recover this into a usable JIS board. That is also an option for whoever claims. Whoever is able to claim. Gamble Shroud. Taking a nice lead here. Oh, getting through. Could Gamble Shroud be getting through this second propeller? Oh, Stiletto. Oh my goodness. Bringing it right through Gamble Shroud's palms. But, again, this is only race 2 of 3. There is one more in this Grand Prix, so you just want to accumulate all the points that you possibly can. Finish as best you can. Zero got a crazy jump just now. That was sick. Exploding Corn, does it give the same thing? Oh, no. Exploding Corn just died. Pulled a sneaky. A little sneaky. How are we going to finish here? Punkshoe trailing pretty far behind, but still hopefully should make it to the finish before that firewall comes. Hopefully. But it is coming on pretty quick. Let's find out. Go Marble Bro! Oh! Punkshoe made it through. Let's get it. Let's get it. Beat the firewall. Beat the firewall. Oh. 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 Go. Go. Oh. Oh. Oh, you gotta get that momentum. Get that momentum. Oh my goodness, Punkshoe made it. Alrighty, these are the final results. I don't know what these points are really. They sometimes seem to be, I don't know, related to the Grand Prix and sometimes related to everything. I don't know, these points are always confusing. Anyways, let's move on to the next and final map, the third and final map. Let's do this. Wait, what are we waiting for? Oh, cool, yes. All right. Third and final map, guys. Y'all already here. Exclamation play to join. We're going to do a 90-second timer. So a couple things about this. Thank you guys for being here. Neverest 60 build. JIS Real Force leftovers giveaway. Appreciate it. We're also going to be back tomorrow. So I'll mention that later too. But first place gets to claim or pass it along to somebody else, including second place or anybody. Third place gets to choose the raid target. And this is, we're talking over the whole Grand Prix. So, first opportunity to claim, third gets to choose the raid target. Exclamation play to join. Let's see if we can come up with any hints for who we could potentially raid. I don't think I see any immediate makers and crafting streamers, but it's your choice. You could raid anybody. Anybody else in makers and crafting that you might know? Any of your friends? Your favorite hot tub streamers? Your favorite Whoever. Anybody. I may have missed it. Is there any problems with the board? Last I checked, it was working. It's just missing a bunch of stuff that I harvested. So I harvested all these housings, but you can recover it to a working JIS board if you were to buy all the requisite parts from Deskeys. Deskeys does have replacement sliders and housings now. How pretty it will look and how useful it is to you as a JIS board, hey, that's up to you. Because it does require two 1.75 U's that I'm not sure. Like they're included here as Topre, but I'm not sure if there's the replacements from Deskeys will necessarily work for those two keys. But again, is recoverable as a working board. Raid Amaranth, hey, third place winner gets to choose. How long is this? I like Frankenstein boards. I'd be good if I win it. There you go. Oh, Sonus got a lead here. Insty right behind Raikoi Sinvek. Ooh. How we looking? How we looking? Looks like Insty's got a lead here. Kajata coming in on that that lower path. Making some good progress. Oh, very, very good progress. Doesn't have to spin through that whole thing, but there is this snowflake propeller. So we'll see how this fares along with anybody else who's coming through on either of these paths. Oh, Genyu Saihan? Stilueto? Oh, this is looking real spicy, isn't it? Real spicy. I didn't join the first two games, so RIP, good placement. Hey, you got a chance. Everybody's got a chance. Sometimes the chance is all you need. Oh, it's looking real good. Stilueto, Genyu Saihan. Oh, wow. Everyone's just coming down right at once. Oh, my goodness. Kill Combat, Kajata, Bitter Seeds all finished really quickly there. Taking it. Wow, I did not expect that. Somehow skipping this whole funnel. That was nuts. I died on the first two maps. I never noticed the red timer on the top center. Is that like the amount of time left before the firewall hits? I'm okay with 5th place. I forgot to put play on 2 maps. Ah. All right, Thok Thumbs, Instigator coming down through. Oh, can Thok Thumbs make it? Thok Thumbs gotta make it. There we go. At least I finished one map. Hell yeah. Okay, so we hit this click final results button, right? So this is just for this race. But if you guys want to find out who has won what, let's go and find out. Let's go and find out, guys. The results are in. In 3rd place, winner of the raid target choice, we got Exploding Corn. Exploding Corn, feel free to check to see who's online and who you want to raid, because it is all up to you. In 2nd place, we got Stilueto. Stilueto, congratulations, a valiant effort. And for number 1, who wins this prize, we got Kajata. Kajata, do you claim? Congrats. Yeah, I had no idea. I never understand how the scoring works on any of this, to be perfectly honest. Super confused. I don't know who's going to win this. No clue. But Kajata, if you're still out there, no claim? All right. No claim. Do you want to choose a person it goes to, or do you just want to say, let's move it to 2nd place? Part of it's up to you. On to 2nd. I'm taking a look at some potential raid targets here again. Still don't really see anybody. Oh, Issy just came online. To 16th. Bitter seeds? Bitter seeds! Bitter seeds, Kajata has just passed it on to you. Bitter seeds, do you claim? I only played one map and ended up fourth. So I think it comes down to not just where you place on each map, but how you perform on each. Cause like I think that very last race, a couple of you guys finished way faster than all the others. Bitter Seeds, if you're out there, let us know. If not, we might move on to second. Bitter Seeds. Bitter Seeds. Let's give Bitter Seeds another 45 seconds. Oh well, I tried. Bitter Seeds got another 30 seconds here. I'm watching this timer right now. Oh yeah, probably working. I think Bitter Seeds had taken a call, right? "20 seconds for Bitter Seeds. Bitter Seeds. And if not Bitter Seeds..." We're gonna move to Stiletto. Tempted to snag this? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stiletto, do you claim? Stiletto, do you claim? It's been a while. Sure, I claim. Right on. Shinoto Keys, thank you for the follow. Hey, congratulations to Stiletto for the claim. Congratulations, and thank you guys, everybody, for playing Exploding Corn. If you're still out there, I'm not sure if I saw your raid recommendation. Did I miss it? Shinoto Keys, why did I follow your? Not a problem. Forgiven, thank you for the follow. Solid junk pickup. I would recommend we raid Shock the Toast. Let's do this. Let's check out Shock the Toast. I might need to get through some ads. But let's see what Shock the Toast is working on. Okay, Makers and Crafting is doing some Lego. Okay, right on. Cool. Alrighty. I think also the special S in the works too. Oh yeah. I gotta talk with my buddy Olax. He's not in the country right now. I don't know if he started the S tray. I'm not gonna lie. So I apologize for that. So I'll reach back out to him when he's back in the States. But all right, let's go and raid Shock the Toast. Okie doke. So we'll be back here tomorrow with another build. I think we're gonna be finally working on that Sango 60 rebuild where I used the wrong PCB. So we're gonna finally have an opportunity to fix that whole mess of a situation. Didn't you have news about the plate, or did you? Oh yeah. Oh, I did talk about it already, but I already started this raid. So you could maybe go back into the VOD, or I could just mention it to you. I did manage to gather the SVG without having to download any software. So that was the situation. You could just steal it from Pinocchio because they do that. Like, they do that conversion when you upload it or when you import it. All right, also, here's the things. Discord, if you haven't already joined. Notifications when I go live, discussions, all that. Also, where you'll find me to sort out when you have a win. If you're subbed, that's the raid message, so send that over. If you're not subbed, that's the raid message. Send Shock the Toast some love. I'll be back tomorrow with the Sango 60 rebuild. And yeah, thanks for being here tonight, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed. Peace, everybody.